Hey there, it's stream 228. And hey there, Toulouse. Column activated must mean a ready to play. Well, I know I usually just turn them on every morning. And sooner or later, I'll just keep them on all the time. I don't know why I turn them off when I stop streaming. Oh, actually, that's not the button I wanted to hit. We will do the correct button here. There's the wave. The wave is right next to the shout out in the context menu for Yada. All right. That's my one mistake for the stream. Getting that out of the way there. So Wednesday for me is all about new features and new mechanics these days. So just like in the stream titles below, it says, trying to break up my work to have different focus for each day. Monday is, what was Monday? Game content. Tuesday is bug fixing. Wednesday, which is today, is features and new mechanics. Thursday is refactoring, and Friday is user interface, sound, and graphics. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing today? So I have some like features I need for world building that I wanted to work on mostly today. And if I have extra time, here are some feature requests and redesign ideas in the backlog. So I think this will probably be too much for me to do today. But in the off chance that I get it done, there's this other work to do. Right, so a lot of this I came up with on Monday is like, it'd be great if I had this or that. So adding a teleporter button, or adding a button to add a teleporter in the game would be really useful, because right now, to add a teleporter, I have to add a new tile. Or actually, did I do it with a background tile here? Anyway, I have to add a trigger component, which has an obscure component structure, which has coordinates embedded in it, and so it's kind of hard to set up. Got a slightly bigger monitor for your birthday? Oh, great. That's a little easier to see. 27 inches. It's like borderline television, right? What's the borderline? What's the threshold between when it's called a monitor and when it's called a television? Or is it just called a monitor because it's a television plugged into your computer? I don't know. These terms, So adding a teleporter easily would be nice. And then picking a tile. This is if I, let's say looking at this bridge, for example. If I wanted to change the bridge into, I don't know, a different kind of bridge. Right now I have to know the tile set and tile number. It would be nice to be able to click a button and then have like a drop down, pick a tile set, and then pick a tile from that tile set. Aren't they interchangeable HDMI cables now? I think so. They're like being the interfaces are being unified, right? Making step triggers configurable to trigger for players, NPCs, or both. So the problem here is that I had these slimes originally spawning everywhere in the sewers here. The problem is if they can walk on the tiles here, they can then step up and go upstairs. So I thought, one way to prevent that would be to have this trigger only affect players and not NPCs. And that's not that hard to do, so I'll just throw that in there in case I ever need it. And to go along with that, what was the other thing? Adding per tile access would be another way. So if this tile, actually all of these tiles around here, for example, could have a special access saying NPCs aren't allowed to step on these tiles. And then they would keep the NPCs naturally over here and they wouldn't get close to the entrance. And I have to do that really carefully because we don't want to appear that standing here is safe. But we also don't want the slime to like stand on the stairs and like get in the way. What would be interchangeable with HDMI? Between a monitor and a television, I guess. I don't know. How your TV connects to your sound system and then how your computer connects to your monitor. Going to the same interfaces, right? Okay, ability to add tiles above the background through depth input. This would be really useful because to add a bridge right now, it's a little bit confusing. If I just say, where do I have it under? Can't remember which tiles it is. Like I had it under decorations, but I don't even know if I like the category names here. If I wanted to add a bridge, say like right there, if I click there, well, there's one problem that I fixed and haven't pushed to production yet. It actually takes away the water. So I would put the water back, and the workaround is I have to paint a bridge off to the side and then pick up that bridge and move it and set its depth to 1 and then move it like that. So that's a pain. I don't want to have to do that. So the idea is that to have a depth input somewhere in the painting here, there would be a way to have a depth, and when I click, it will overwrite the tile at that depth, and if there is none at the depth, then it would add a new one. Don't speak about water when it's 37 degrees there. Just, you gotta dump some water on your head, and then your temperature will go down. That sucks, Nindorn. And hello. I hope you have a way to cope with the temperature. It's there's a heat wave over on the over on your continent, right? Okay, adding lighting and visibility. So I have this zone already set up to exploit that. Lighting and visibility. So there's two aspects of lighting. There's how far you can see in the ambient light. So if you were out, let's say, in the starter town, let's say it's open to the sky and it's daytime, the ambient light would be everywhere that is outdoors. So there would be some way for me to mark what's indoors and what's outdoors, and everything outdoors would just be visible, and indoors wouldn't be unless you had a line of sight or something to it. Now, in something like the sewers, you'd expect a little bit different, that there would be a much less ambient light. Maybe you'd only see a few tiles around you. And then the other aspect of light comes in, which is light emitters. So these torches on the wall would emit light in some area around them. And so you'd be able to see a light source that's distant, even if your ambient light is low. And maybe in between it would be dark. And also where there is no torches right here would be really dark. And then the visibility could be that you might not be able to see this bridge here because it's outside of your line of sight until you step around this corner and you'd be able to see it. So I'm going to use this sewers to sort of test that. And see how that NPC was like walking up and down that stairs? That's one of the things I want to do with the barrier. I don't want this guy to be wandering around in this alleyway. So I would set him up to be like, maybe he has to stick around here and he can't pass through this gate. That's the kind of thing I would want to do with this per tile access. So yeah, I'm putting these in GitHub now to track them. So everything is an issue now, even a new feature. And yeah, I think this will allow me to add more game content and feel good about it. So you got a fan blasting at you, huh? At work it's nice you got AC. So you don't have any AC where you are? Hey there, Ramy. Ramy, your color on my chat window is almost exactly the same as Endurn. So you were sort of like stealthed there for a while. How are you doing? And of course, wowee. I have to say that. Are you melting as well? Are you talking to Ramy, right? You're in a puddle. Yeah, that sucks. It's hot here too. It's a boiling, what is that in Celsius? 76 F. 76 F here. What is that in Celsius? 76 F in C. 24.4. Whoa. Yeah, it'll get warmer though. Boiling, yeah. All right. Can you trace me? Oh, trade me. No thanks. You're what? Yeah. 100F. Yeah, no thanks. I think I would just not stream. I think my computer would just shut down if it was that hot. I don't know. All right, let's start working on this first one. Adding a teleporter button dialog to an entity, or an entity. I think I wanted to put it in these actions here. Is that what I wanted to do? And I would have it pop up a dialog where you enter the information. Or did I want to put it on the trigger? Maybe that's, oh, that's right. I wanted to put some buttons down here. to add a teleport trigger, and then if there already was one, maybe instead of doing an add, it would be edit. Something like that. It was 67 there, mid 70s for you, so rough. Crazy weather, huh? Wow. Okay. So this is going to be front end work. It's going to be that if the selected entity has a trigger component, it's edit. If it doesn't, it's add. And either way, we want to if you hit the button, you're going to want to edit that. So I think I'm going to want a dialog for this. So I might as well just create it now. Where are my dialogues? Here they are. Dialogues. What to call it? Teleporter edit? Teleporter editor? Teleporter editor. It sounds robotic to me. Let's take this one and copy it. Teleporter editor dialog. Cat decided over you is the fastest route to just about anywhere. Okay. Don't need that. So I'm going to have some, I'm going to try to do the suggestion from yesterday, which is not to have a controlled, hold on a second. Excuse me, frog in my throat again today. Not to have a redux action on every key press, but to do it on blur instead. Hey there, Liquidor. I hope you're staying cool, Liquidor. It's like hot everywhere else. Okay, so I imagine I'm going to want to have a destination X and a set destination X, right? And then the same thing for Y and Z. Or Z, as some people say. And this will default to what? It's going to operate on a component, right? So trigger dot a dot x, right? And this is x, that's y, and that's z. We'll make these submit actually change it. So there's no initial script. We need a trigger though. And instead of cancel, let's call it go back or something. Where did I do that? Maybe I just call it cancel. Sure. On submit should be something different though. Like on. Hold on. I don't know what I want yet. I want to compare this to what I have in the entities panel. I guess I want these things, right? On add component, on update component. Let's put that in place. Oh, did I have? I forgot I had a button for that. Oh, interesting. Totally forgot I had that. That's what I want, right? Oh, I need to know the entity. Okay. So the entity is going to be the selected entity. I can copy these as is on add component, and keep on cancel and on update component. Submit dialog. I think I'll just have a go back, right? In fact, then I don't need to distinguish between cancel and submit. So on, like, on done or something, we'll do a go back, and then I don't need to have this. Okay, and then for trigger, that's got to pull the trigger component out. So how do I do that here? Selected entity components. Okay, that's part of it. Selected entity info. Okay, it comes originally from entities, which is this. So I have to find, right? I have to find the entity in there. Yep. Dot find. Where that is this. And then out of that, I have to pull the trigger component. So I have to do dot components. Would it look okay if I did this? Sort of like chaining it. Because from the components, then I have to find the one whose type is trigger. So type trigger. There we go. I should probably build in this add trigger, update trigger. Okay, and then there might not be a trigger to start with, right? Actually, then it'll be null, which is fine. Okay. Let's turn this into trigger. Update trigger. Because I don't need the type at all. But I will want to have the component for both of them. What's this? The update component's not right. That it has only a type. There's something. Need to look at that. Is this modified in place? That doesn't make sense to me. How is this bound to the input? Let's see. On change component. Yeah, what does that do? Oops. Change component. Oh, it's embedded in the thing. Okay, I don't want to do it that way, actually. So that means, okay. Means I'm not going to do a update component. Because this add component probably goes to the admin, yes. Which does this. Exactly. Hold on a second. Making sure when my son slams the door that it didn't bounce. And remind him later not to slam the door like that. Okay, let's see, add component. Yeah, so this should be something like edit component. Oh, I don't know what to do. Save component, maybe. If I wanted to use these existing actions, I would do an update. I would do a change followed by an update. I wonder if I can just do that. Yeah, I guess we can do that. So it would be this. The type is trigger. So it's change component, right? Component type and then component. Okay, we'll do that. All right, looks good to me. So what other props am I missing? I got entity, I got trigger. Do I even need entity anymore? I don't think I do. What is, okay, add works. Yeah, I don't need to know the entity, actually. Just to give access to that. Is the thing phaser canvas to draw the game? Yeah, it's to draw this view of the game. Is the phaser canvas. So it'll use WebGL if it's available. Otherwise, it defaults back to HTML5 canvas to draw the sprites and other graphics. And hello there, Clan of Fire. How are you doing? Okay, I have trigger, add component. So it's add trigger, really, an update trigger. And then done. Okay. So, okay, here I have to be careful because the trigger might not exist. So, what do I put there if there is no trigger? It's gonna be null, right? Okay, I can update it right here, can't I? Trigger, not Tigger. Tiggers are wonderful things, but not Tigger. I mean trigger. Trigger or we'll initialize them all, I guess. Where should the default be? Nowhere. Tigger, exactly. Okay. Oh, this has to be A, right? And then there's other default stuff that goes with it. There's a T step, right? This is if you're adding a new trigger, it will pre-fill it with all zeros, and only if you hit submit will it will do an add then. So actually, then I need to know here if it's an add or an edit. So const is add or is edit, not trigger, right? Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Change. So submit form would be if is edit, else, and at the end it's on done. And then if it's an edit, so there's no submit. If it's an edit, it's on update trigger. And that needed they both need components, so that's trigger. And we got to fill in trigger. .a.x is destination x. Y and ZZ. Right? And then okay, actually we're doing this always. Here it's on add trigger. Then it's done. Okay, so then our form is going to look like what? Not a single wide column. Do I have a similar dialog? Let me look. Maybe the reset password dialog? Grid single column. keys values. Yeah, let me do that. Let me copy this form over to here. Grid single column has vertical spacers between every element, and then the elements, have a keys values and then a button bar, which has the cancel and submit. So I need it simpler than this button bar. I need like the script editor's button bar. This one. Why write it when you can copy it from somewhere else, right? There you go. There's a cancel and a submit. So the cancel should just do on done. Submit should do what? It's just the submit, so it goes on submit, which does this. That's on submit form. All right, so we have where's the title to this thing? Aha, there wasn't one. Let's add one. Grid single column. Yeah, I can have an H2 here, right? So teleporter. As you copy the code, does that mean you need to write it down for refactor day? I copied it as sort of a starting point. Some things I might want to refactor are this could be a single component, right? Called a cancel submit button bar. I don't know if I need to write it down. I think for refactor day, this kind of stuff, if I was refactoring the JSX part, I think I would recognize that, oh yeah, I do that a lot, right? So I probably want to just make a component for that. But you're probably right. It's a good habit to get into as I'm going through. I'm like, oh, I copy pasted that. Maybe I should write it down as refactoring. Or better yet, whenever I feel the urge to copy paste something, maybe I should be making a component, right? I'll give you a point for that. That's a good idea. I'm too lazy to do it right now, though. Yeah, so let's make this, this is going to be X, so this is going to be destination X. And then the input has to have the same ID and name, right? Placeholder X, destination X. Well, just X. That's definitely you all the time, too lazy to fix it. Yeah, but it's like, I need to think about how that's a good thing I should do, so that I should just maybe do it next time or something? Is that the compromise? I feel too lazy to do it, but I'll try to do it next time. On change field, destination, set destination X, right? And then I can copy. Should I make a component? How would I make this into a component? I could do it this way, right? I could just put it up here. So const form field. We need some kind of props, right? And it's going to return that JSX, right? So I guess the prop would be label and setter, right? And then this change field goes here. And then all of these become label. And we want placeholder too. Let's take a placeholder there. And then, oh, I need a value. Value is value, setter is setter. And then oh, this has to be a fragment. So like this. There we go. The name, you suggest adding input or text to it to denote that it's specific to input or text field? For the name? You mean this name instead of form field? Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's going to be an input. Why about just form input then? This is going to be a local component anyway. I'm not exporting it. So, I don't need the name to be too reusable. Is that the right word? It's within the context of the teleporter editor dialog. There's a form input, right? But yeah, sure. The only other part is the actual label text. Only other part of it. Oh, to pass in? Well, I need the label, placeholder, value, and the setter. And these are all texts, aren't they? They're all gonna be typed text. I'm not gonna have password or anything. So that can be constant. There's oh yeah, you're right. Thank you for that. Gosh, again, observant as ever. Maybe it's just because it's the morning for me and I get slow to start up. Would I use the same? No, I wouldn't. So let's use label. Okay, let's instead of label here, we'll call this the name. And then this will be the label. Yeah. Kind of like pair programming, right? I should say at the top of this file was written by Raimu and Toulouse. Pair programmers. Okay, so let's try to use that here. So that's just this. Name is. Can I? I can do that, right? I don't have to use the braces, and then label is X. I've already forgotten what my props are. Placeholder value setter. Placeholder is. I wonder if placeholder and label will always be the same, so it doesn't matter. I'll leave them separate. Value is. Here I do use braces, right? It's destination X. I had name or address, but that's because it was wrong. And then setter is set destination X. Now, it ends up being just as many lines, but I guess it's a little bit better. Y, and then Z. Before I get too far into this, I should probably add the code to pop this dialog up in the first place, shouldn't I? And I don't know why I have an empty span there. I don't remember why. Anyway, that's what we're reduced to, right? And this is pretty much done and ready. Okay, so let's try to use this dialog. Right, there should be an action to pop it up. So that's in here. Let's like show. There we go. Teleporter editor. And so the dialog reducer should use that. I wonder if I should collapse these actions together since they're all the same, and it may just show dialogue and then the argument would be which dialogue. Because they're all the same. Refactoring thing I could do, right? Factoring idea. We'll write down. I'm gonna write down the one for Toulouse to try to remember this. Whenever copying, pasting, consider this a point of potential refactoring, and then refactoring idea number 2 is combine all actions which show a dialogue into one action that takes dialogue identifier as the actions parameter, as a parameter to the action. All right. Oh, they're watching Avatar: The Last Airbender in the other room. I can hear it. They're on like the 3rd episode now. Season 1, episode 3. So that means I'm missing it. Okay. I'll watch it later, I guess. Let's see, this is teleporter. Oh, it was dialogue teleporter editor, right? Do I have a constant for that? Never seen it? It's sort of, what's the description of, it's a show that's tailored for kids, so it's got like the kid humor in it. So to me it seems like a lot of parts are Resident Sleeper, so to speak. Like they have the little kid humor, and like I'm waiting for it to actually get to the next plot element. So there, you could condense it, I suppose. If you remove all the kid humor, you could condense the story from like an hour down to like maybe 15 minutes of actual story. Have I seen the whole thing before? Nope. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Gets better season 2? Okay. Yeah, so I had constants for this, right? I need to add one. And I wonder if these are redundant because could we just use the name of the dialogue component, maybe? I don't know. Oh, and I didn't hook up the dialogue completely. Here's where it's exported, but hold on. If I search for this, I'll probably find what I'm missing. Here it is, right? I need to add this dialogue teleporter editor. Yeah, because it's used down here, right? Oh, this is what I'm missing. The one that pops it up. Once they introduce another character, huh? Okay. How come I have multiple actions for different dialogues? Isn't there a way to turn that into one dialogue action? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, this refactoring idea, Liquidor. Yeah, so I think you're saying the same thing, I think. Well, only maybe more elaborate. So let me take your comment and add it here and give you a point for all that typing. Just got back? Well, I think you're elaborating on this, which is giving me some good information to consider, right? For now, I don't know exactly how I want to do that, so I'm just going to hook this in so I don't get too far off track. So this is dialogue editor dialogue. No, not dialogue. Teleporter editor dialogue. And this is it's really just connecting one constant to another kind of constant, right? That's what I was thinking, like, why don't I just use the right-hand side as the constant? Oh, I'm being raided. Ah, I'm being raided, ah! Hey there, Mr. Sir. How are you doing? I saw a little bit of your stream while I was eating breakfast, and then I had to skedaddle to go do my stream. Hey there, Elfier. Hey there, Socketlow? Or Sokolo? Why do I see your name Sokolo and I think of socket? Does that mean I've been programming too much lately? And hey there, Mr. Sir. So working on a bug. I mean, I was watching a stream, Chris, and I thought he looks like he's a little bit off today. Like, am I just imagining something, or are you getting a cold or something? You didn't seem like your usual self for some reason. Or maybe that's just me. I was also sort of still waking up. But anyone who doesn't know, this lovely overlay up here is the work of Mr. C.M. Griffin. And you should check out his stream. He's working on the marketing for that. It's called Stream Parrot. And it's a chat overlay that he's working on. Not sure? Oh, working on creating a bug or fixing one. Yeah, sometimes we're not sure. Am I fixing a bug or am I making a new bug? It's the herb? Could be. I don't know. Also, the camera looked kind of weird, like it was washed out a little bit. But then again, it could have been my eyes. Who knows? Fix one bug, added 304 more. Mr. Sir is CM Griffin's trademark emote that you can get if you subscribe to his channel. So, Rally Monkey, you should check out Chris's stream, and you'll get all the insider scoop on Mr. Sir. Yeah, so this is probably the component that I would refactor to get rid of this unnecessary table and this double import, right? Because these could essentially be used as constants. I don't need these. Oh, maybe I used these because I didn't feel comfortable using these in an action. That might have been why. What's the difference between this one and others? Well, Chris can tell you more. The biggest thing that he was working on for this is that you can replace emotes with custom ones. I haven't done that for mine. Yeah, exactly what he said. I haven't looked into that at all much. I actually like just to use it to get away from Stream Elements, because Stream Elements is a real pain for me. I really don't like Stream Elements user interface, so I was more than happy to try out a replacement. And we know the developer, so if we want, if something we don't like about this, we know where to go. And more receptive, right? Better developers, right? Or better developer. There's also once everyone gets comfortable with it, there's also drama sands that we want to teach the whole world about. I tried drama sands at first, and there was a reaction against it, which made me sad. But one of these days, right, Chris? Devs helping devs, yeah. So yeah, I'm also trying to help spread the word of this overlay, and also test it out. If we find bugs in it, we can let him know. He's got a Discord about it. So if I find a bug, I could go there and report it there. Boiling that drum sense frog, yeah. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Let's see. All right, I was going to pop up this dialogue. The thing I'm working on right now is to add an add teleporter button in this screen, so that, let's say, like I added like a stairs up from here to some second level. Right now I have to type in trigger, and I have to either copy or an existing transport trigger like that, or type it direct. So I'm looking to add a button that says add teleporter, and when I click it, it shows the dialog where I can input the coordinates and hit submit, and it'll just populate the trigger for me. So something just to make my life easier when I'm world building. So that means the button is going to be back in this entities panel, right? So I need to go there. Go there. Entities panel. And so I need to add a prop on edit teleporter, right? On edit teleporter. Dispatch actions. Show teleporter editor dialog. All right, and then we're going to have that whenever we have any kind of selected entity. So right here inside of this, right after this form, I think. Yeah, so let's make this a fragment so I can add something right after the form. Right. It's a button, right? I want to put it in a button bar. I think I do. And buttons. Button. On click is on edit teleporter. Actually, I don't need any arrow. It's just that. Edit teleporter? Let's see what it does. Oh, I haven't started up my test environment. Okay. I forgot to do that this morning. I haven't started anything here. Open some shells. Give me those shells. Go here and let's start the game up in the test environment. And here we're going to go npm start the front end. I usually start this before I start streaming because it takes a little bit of time. While I'm waiting for that, let me do something else. Maybe the prep work for the next thing I'm going to do. Pick tile dialog for tile components. Yeah, we could start doing that dialog in parallel, I guess. So it's just going to be another dialog. It makes sense for me to have a staging environment on a dedicated machine. If it gets annoying for me to have to start this test one up, maybe. Or if someone else was working on the project with me, then definitely, yeah. But it hasn't become too annoying to me yet. Like a public test realm or something, right? I think I need to improve my staging slash production tools first, though. Otherwise, it's actually pretty painful right now to deploy in the first place. So having to deploy to a staging environment would be, yeah, outweigh the benefit right now for me. Okay. Much as it pains me to do so, I'm gonna have to add yet another action. Tile select dialog. Actually, I'm gonna reuse this in other places, I think. It's just whenever I need to select a tile for something, right? In fact, we might use this for players too when they are given the... Well, right now you have the ability to pick any avatar you want. I need to change that so that... I don't know what I want to do, like let you unlock them or pay for them or something. But when you have more than one tile you can pick for your avatar, there should be a way for you to select which one you want to use. And we'll probably end up reusing the same dialogue. Dialogues. This again. Tile select dialog. From file of the same name. Tile select dialog. I'm not going to have this. Let's just make this one a more traditional dialog. So it's like on cancel, on submit. We call it on submit. Apply, maybe? And what have I been calling it before? Like, what does this one call it? Confirm. So maybe on select. And we'll need to know what to start with, right? So tile set and tile. And I don't know what I want yet, so we're just gonna return nothing. Or maybe an empty form. Let's make an empty for him. Something like this. Return form. I don't know what I want. Just make it empty. We'll have a button bar that does a cancel or a submit. And what am I missing here? This props. Let's not have any of those props. I'm also going to make that its own prop. Cancel should do a go back. Actually, let's call this on done, because I want the select to do a done as well. On done. On done, and then I don't. This will be a React prop. Well, this does not come from Redux. This does. These do not. So the only one is on done then. All right. So how am I doing on this loading process? Okay. Missing something called type on 94. Oh yeah, that's trigger. Okay, it's loading, right? So I can start this thing up. Reload. Oops. I'm missing a slash. Slash. Alright, so this should have added a button for me if I pick something, right? Add teleporter. It's way at the bottom though. Is that what I want? Okay, let's pick one with a teleporter. And it crashes. X is undefined. Undefined. Well, let's try that with the debug tools on. Okay. X is undefined where? How come it's on that line? Sorry, I forgot to mute that. And I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. That was a phone call I had to answer. Back to this problem. Why can I not read a property X of undefined? And is it that I don't have the trigger defined? No, the trigger's there. Oh wait, it's component.a. That's the thing, I think. That's what's going on. Maybe it should be new component? Because I might have modified it and then hit the button, right? Yeah, okay, so that's the problem. It's needs to be well, if it's if it's not null, then it's component, right? How do I do that here? Thanks, Nui. I wonder if there's something where I can say, like, well, once I get a quantity, if it's null, then do nothing. Otherwise, if it's not null, look up its new component property. Would that be something in Lodash or something like that? Just kind of guessing. JavaScript. Property if not null. Null safe property access. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Chaining specification. Optional changing. This is a proposal. So it'd be question mark dot. I wonder if I can actually do that. So it'd be question mark dot new component. Let's see what that actually does. Whoops. Support for the experimental syntax optional chaining isn't currently enabled. Add a Babel plugin proposal optional chaining to get the plugin section of your Babel commit to enable transformation. Not yet supported, but I can pull it in if I want. So is there another thing I could get? You want to use it today? There's this. Oh, Lodash has one? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. That's why I thought of Lodash. That maybe Lodash could be something I could use now. So you're saying it would be a .get in Lodash. Here we go. Okay, yeah, we'll do that then. Wait a minute, that's a global... So they have object and path as two different arguments. The way you put it in there was a little bit different. I guess we could do either way. I'll try this way. Okay, I need this one out of my way. Actually, I don't need it. What am I doing? Let's just pull in Lodash. Where would I have Lodash? Let's search for it. Yeah, underscore. I don't know why I just chose to do that. Either I read it somewhere or Adam was using it that way. That's why it's underscore. Okay, so it would be underscore dot get. Here's the object. And then the property is new component. And then if I don't get anything, actually I could put in what I want up here and not have to do this stuff, right? I can do this. Right? The question mark dot is a null coalescing operator. In C# it is. So they look like that proposal that ECMA or is it ECMA? EMCA? The proposal for JavaScript to add it is similar to that. If you consider multiple characters per account. Yeah, but I haven't put any mechanics in for that yet. So the player record and the character entity are separate things in the game right now. It's just that there's a one-to-one mapping. So I'd have to make it a one-to-many mapping. And then when you log in, you'd have to pick which character you want. Yeah, so we can add that, Liquidor. That shouldn't be a problem. I just need to just change the one-to-one mapping into one-to-many, and then have a character select on login, and then we would have to, in your client, when you, in your client connection, it would have to track which character you've chosen to play. And then I'd probably then open up the ability to have multiple client connections per player account. Because you'd want a multi-box, right? You want to control more than one character at a time. I'm sure. Okay, so this then is I can't do this then, can I? Oh, okay. Maybe I leave this null then. So then I leave this in, and then I can know if it's an edit or an add. All right. Uh-oh. Still bad. Getting there. So that's correct. What is it? Why does it say X is undefined? I'm kind of not sure why it's stopping here and telling me that X is undefined. Because it doesn't reference X until here, unless we're talking about like where it built it here. But no, it built trigger, right? Trigger's correct. Yeah, and these are three functions. So what's going on here? Wait a minute, what was that message that popped up? That was weird. Would I see it on scope? Local. It's there. What is the what's the problem here? Is it actually here where it's problem? Oh, it's a string. It's not a JSON object. Aha. Okay, well, I was hoping to like use new component, but that is not a JSON object. That is a string. I'll just use component. Doc resort. That just means if clicking in here and then I hit edit, it will disregard what I've been typing there. Okay, cool. So if I say like, I should probably make that a drop down too. -4 or something. Submit. Oops. That's not good. Close that. Did that? Yeah, that destroyed the teleporter. Okay. Interesting, it's still there. Oh, because oh, I see. I can hit reset and get it back. Oh, that's right. This takes a string. So I need to do like JSON stringify. Oh, then and then the update is failing because it doesn't stringify. So if I do .dation stringify, is that right? Tell me I got that wrong. Oh, because this should be component. Is that? Let's do that so it's easier to see. There. All right. I didn't say hi to JD. Hi, JD. All right. Edit teleporter. Go put -4, submit. Cool. And then if I refresh, okay, it actually did it. Nice. Okay, let me enhance this so that instead of having to select the entity and make it a drop down instead. All right, so back to the teleporter editor we go. To get a list of zones, do I already have that available in the Redux? Let's see. I think I do because that's how I populate this other tab. State. Can you guys see that? Not very easily. There we go. I think it's under admin. There's my not so secret key. Zones, yeah. So I have the zone information. I can use that. Zones. Is this an array? It is an array. Okay, and then each one has a name and a zone, which is the entity. Okay, so state admin zones. Then I can make this one a drop down. So instead of a form input, it's a form select. And value, and then setter, yes. We still use the same setter for a select, right? You've been documenting your SDK all day. It's so damn boring. Yeah, I agree. That's why I try to document my C++ code as I'm writing it, because in the past I would just say to do document this, and I got to where I got like 1,000 of those in, and I'm like, oh crap, now I have to spend like a week just filling in the document this, and it was so boring. I'm like, I'm never gonna do this again. I don't want it to pile up anymore. You never stop prototyping, to be honest. Well, I think it's just a habit to get into, is that don't let the documentation pile up. Just do it a little bit at a time. Yeah, select. So, yeah, still use onChange field. And it's still value, right? And the selects are options with keys and values. Okay. So I can still use that. We just need to make an alternate of this called form select. Oh, I'll need to know the options though. So options equals zones map. Actually, can I just maybe make it form zone select, and maybe, yeah, let's do that. So zones equals zones, and we'll call this form zone select. It's very specific, and then if I want to make a generic one, I will later after I get this working. Okay, so it's still a label, right? And then instead of an input, it's what? A select with options in it? Yeah. Okay, so it has to do that. And then the options have to go here. So I can just do it in line, right? Zones. You had some of it already done, but you need to prepare this for the first release candidate. It's 225 lines long so far, not to mention all the in-code documentation. Yeah, I'm sorry, playing with skizzers, that's rough. Alright, so we're going to take the zones and map them. Zone. Alright, to an option. Option. It's got to give it a key, and I think I'm okay with the name being the key because they're unique. Oh no, we can use the zone entity ID because those are unique. Zone. Let's disambiguate that by calling it zone info. It's not so much better, but it's just, it's something. The value should be zoneinfo.name. And then I guess we're using the same name. Actually, no, this has to be zone also. Right, and then inside the option we have zoneinfo.name. That looks ugly. What if I fix it like that? Better. And then... it beats having to do one more level of indentation, I guess. Let's see what that does. Zones is not defined. On line 101. That's because it's not. Now it is. Okay. Yeah, edit a teleporter, right? I don't need that. Oh, look at that. It works now. Nice. So what if I pick one that doesn't have? So let's say I want to teleport to here from here or something like that. So that's -2. The only thing I need to see is the coordinates, -2, -1, right? So go here and make a teleporter. -2 by -1. It won't, it has to put it, it insists on putting in, no, I can't pick the default zone. I mean, I'm okay with that. Did that not add a teleporter? It didn't. So the add didn't work. Okay, add didn't work. Why didn't add work? Let's go to Lonely Island where I can look at the Redux without it moving. And then add one here. Edit, submit. It did add component. It's missing some things. I just noticed. It didn't translate to, I think it's, yeah, it didn't actually get caught by anything, did it? So I need to look at what add component actually does. It's a reducer. Oh, it has to parse it, so it needs to be a string, and it's not a string. That's what it is. So it's not, it's getting to here and not doing anything. All right. So yeah, I did the stringify before, I gotta do stringify again. There we go. All right, that's -2, -1, right? Submit. It gets added, but it's wrong though. It's missing the T transport in there. So let's remove it. Right inside of here. So I can actually make that, instead of just only for teleporters, I can have any kind of step trigger, and maybe have a drop down called transport. Actually, if the type is transport, this is relevant. If it's not a transport, then these wouldn't be here. Anyway, I need to have my local login working for this. Or my player logged in to test this. All right. Wow, I am low on health. Let's actually go in here and test it here. Oh, what happened there? Oh, the coordinates got changed. I should fix that. -5, 2. Yeah, but it ended up going here. 0, 2. That's weird. Try that again. It's going here. Why did it go there? 0, 2. That's odd. Something else with that teleporter messed up. X. Oh, it's a string and not an integer. Oops, that's another bug. Yes, when I fill them in, I have to parse them. Parse int, right? If it doesn't parse well, what do we do? Is it... What does parse... I always forget this stuff. What does parse int do? If it doesn't parse very well. What does it return? Not a number is returned. You know, I'm okay with not a number. Not a number and me go way back. Parse int. Actually, I should have just done that. I don't need to do it for this one, though, because that's filled in by the option, right? Think. Yeah, well, I don't really... The default's 10, right? And if I do 0x, maybe I deserve to end up in a different coordinate than I expect. Oh, this one doesn't default to radix? Default is guess? I mean, I'm okay with guess. Okay, fine. I'll put it in there. 10. Because I agree with you, it's bad. Alright, let's get out of here. And we'll fix it. Aw, snap. Edit. Submit. Okay, back to normal. Cool, now that we're in here... You know what I should have it do? There should be a go for a transport trigger to go towards teleported to. Another way I can do right now is just go where this character is. There we go. Alright, so let's have something go from here to here. So that's 1, 3, right? 1, 3. And this is, it should default to where we are, actually. All these little things I want to do. Anyway, so that should be a teleporter now. Whoa, went to the wrong zone. Ah, I'm stuck in the logged out zone with these weirdos. Help me, GM. I think I needed a parse int there after all, didn't I? Yoink. Yep, okay, I need a parse int there. I didn't think I did because it was a select and not an input, but I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, you're right, Liquidor. Yeah, 7 for an extra challenge. Hey there, Epic Unknown. Oh, wait a minute, you've been here. I waved at you before. Okay, for some reason I thought I hadn't seen you yet today. Well, there you got 2 waves. Okay, so let's fix that. Edit, submit, and then step. Okay, it works. All right, and then I can remove it. This marker showing up and then disappearing is another bug. I need to get to that. If I wanted to make the default zone be the same zone, how would I know what zone I'm in? I would look at my own camera's zone, wouldn't I? How do I get that? State admin camera, I think. Camera pause Z. Okay, we'll do that. So that'll be the default zone for a new trigger. default zone, I guess. Actually, could I have a default X and Y too? Rather not. Default zone. State camera or admin camera pause Z. There we go. So if I make a teleporter there, let's have it go over here, -5, 4. It defaulted correctly. Submit. Easy. Oops. Easy peasy. Remove. Yes. Nice. Okay, I'm going to call this one done enough for now to move on. Or should I look at it one more time? I could fix the style a bit. I could also have this be default focus. Was that autofocus? Was that it? Focus? Something focus. Autofocus. If I add it there, I have to add it down here, right? And then do it here. Something like that. Okay, it didn't work. But I should look at the DOM to see if... Yeah, it didn't get set. Weird that it didn't. On all of them? I thought I had it on just one. It's on form input, right? And I had it only for this one. Do I need to actually have it set to true there? Is that what I need to do? There is? Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah. We don't want that. I only want one of them to be autofocus. So I think that just defaults to true, right? There we go. And how do you make it so that it selects all by default? There's a way to do that too, right? On focus, is this select as the old way? Maybe there's a new way to do it. Let's see if I did it here anywhere else. Nope. Maybe there's a newfangled way to do it though. React focus. Well, select all by default. I don't know if I'm going to find it with that search criteria. Yeah. I just do it the old way, right? But I can't do it. Actually, will this work with that? You found something. What did you find? That's the one I was just looking at, right? Yeah. If I don't have a class, oh, functional, here we go. Is that ugliness worth the extra? Because I could just where am I? My window, here it is. I could just live with having to hit Control A. Oops, Control A. Or Tab. Actually, no. It's clumsy for me. Let me do the thing. So that would be why am I in this file? Oh, because I was searching. Back. Here we are. Okay, so if it would be if autofocus, right? So on focus. Oh no, it would be all of them, right? Yeah, on not select this one. I don't like the handle focus naming convention. I'd rather just be on. And then they're saying event target select. Okay. All right. We'll do it the old way. There we go. And then that does it even if I just click it. Yeah, I like that. I like that much better. Okay. We'll go with that. Anything else? Any other refinements I want on this thing? I don't know. I kind of don't like that it's at the bottom of that window. I was envisioning to put it right under the form, so how hard would it be to do that? Entities panel. I guess if I put it directly inside of this form instead of after the form. How ugly would that look? Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. And then I don't like the button being so damn huge, so there was another class that I made for that, right? Was it button dash bar dash compact? Wait a minute. How about what did I do for those actions in entities panel? It's just compact. Okay. All right, whatever. Suppose you could also use type equals number. I didn't know you could do that. But would that matter? Or that just does validation, right? I wonder if I should do that for all of these numbers then. What does that do? Yeah, there. I wanted the small buttons. So right now I can do that. You're saying type number. What does that actually do? I don't actually know. I have a guess at what it does. And if it is, my guess is right, that's exactly what I want. Okay, so it won't let me hit a number. And then I have the up-down things, which are really hard to use. It's unfortunate that they're so small. I could make the thing bigger, though. Won't let you type a letter. It has a number clicker. The number clicker is really teeny tiny. I could make these bigger. There's no reason for these to be so small. Is that font size? Or the class on this thing, I guess? I could actually put the class on the outer one. I can use the arrows. I mean, it's neat. That's neat. Let's put bigger. Bigger class, right? I'm so creative today. I think as the temperature goes up, I get less creative. 78 degrees now. It's risen 2 degrees in the last hour and a half. Okay, it's where I use this font size, right? Okay, I have small. Maybe I should make it just large. %125% maybe? See what that does. It's a little bit bigger, but not enough. The inputs aren't getting any bigger. That's the problem. Illustration for, yeah. So I don't, it's not that I want those bigger. I want, how do you make the inputs bigger? Do I specifically have to say input? Or no, it's input, it's a large and large input, right? Nope. Comma, right? There we go. That's friggin' huge. 135%. How come that's much bigger than the text near it? Oh, why did I do 105? I guess that's right. That's so much bigger than the X label. And also the select isn't, how do you do alternates? Can I do that? Or I can just, I don't know how to do it, so I'll just do this. That just looks funny. What if I do this? And then that's, if that's that much, maybe that's doesn't need to be as big. Maybe a little bit bigger? Now I'm totally just guessing. And that's kind of funny that that's H2 is not any bigger. That's okay though. This appeals to my my aged eyes. But it is sort of ridiculous. Pseudo selectors for selecting specific etc. Specific attributes, etc. I don't know, I'll play with this later. I just wanted, it annoyed me that I couldn't, that the what do you call these? The up-down ticker buttons were so damn small. All right. Anything else I want to change about this thing? No, we'll just, I'm nitpicking now. Let me at least fix these warnings. Line 70 is not used. Correct. I'm still working on that one. That's next. This is unrelated. Okay, we'll just check this in. The select might be really large in production. You have long names for those zones. Do I? Sewers beneath starter zone. How big would that look like? Not too big. It works. I think it works for me. And we're going to delete that zone. Yes. All right. Teleporter editor. Stage that line. Stage that. Edit teleporter. Yes. This one and that line and that line. Oh, that's new. I haven't finished working on that. Okay, so add dialog for editing teleporter step triggers. I'll probably want to customize it later because there'll be other kinds of teleporters. This is good enough for now. Let's do the tile select next. So the idea there is that anything that has a tile, like this tree, I want to add another action called edit, and it will basically let me pick a tile set, like kind of like this. And then once I pick a tile set, pick a tile from it. So picking the tile set should just be a select, and then picking the tile. Can I have an option for a select that's actually a React component? That might be fun to try to see what that looks like, at least. Yeah, let's go for it. So what do I have in tile select so far? Nothing, right? Anything from here that I can use? I could use this select because I'm going to have selects, right? This was specific to zones. Hey there, Isley. So JD, you're saying oh, that's like a subset of links. Like if I just want to do a Google link, that would just style only a Google link. I was looking for something where I could not have to repeat this part, like saying either an input or a select that's a descendant of the large class. So I didn't know how to do that. That's different, I think, from what you're saying. But I could be wrong. All right. Is it worth making this little component if the two selects are going to be different? One's for tile set and the other's for tile. Maybe not. So let's just remove this. That's already in there, and this is the element that I want inside of the form. Compare it to here. It's going to be in here. Okay, and we want, yeah, this grid single column. Key values, yeah, let's do the same thing. And then end that div there. And this whole thing should not be indented like that. Okay. This name is tile set. Am I calling tile set a single word? I guess I am. Elsewhere, right? Tile sets, yeah. Okay, whatever. And I guess that capital S is not capitalized. Why did I have text in there? Is that just because I was in an input before? Does selects have a type? No, they don't. I think that just got copied by mistake. I don't think that type is actually used. Yeah. That's what I thought. It's just saying you could use pseudo selectors in CSS to drill down in specificity. Right. I see. Also no value or placeholder. Oh, really? No, there's a value. That's the currently selected value, right? Yeah, I think there's a value. But you're right about the placeholder. Don't want a placeholder. Okay, so the value, it might be overwritten by React. I think it's like the current selection, right? Yeah, this might be something React does. It probably takes that and applies selected to whichever option is in here, right? Selected index. Yeah, I think it's a React thing. So React is sort of warping my idea of how HTML works a little bit, right? Okay, now the options here are, okay, we need tile sets. Tile set. Actually, then I don't want to have the same name overloaded, do I? Actually, I don't. It doesn't matter. Within the scope of this tile set means something, right? I don't know. Oh, and this is now broken, but I can use... I can't use it. I need to fix this 25 value. Tile set. Setter is not... Dang it. Oh, this was going to be a state, right? Const... new tile set. Set new tile set equals use state tile set. And the setter is there. There we go. Anything else that it wants to know? Zone info. There is no zone info. This is completely wrong. Let me just guess here. It would be like ID or something. Yeah, something like that. I just wanted to get this to compile so I can look at the Redux state again. It is ID, and there is a name. Okay, cool. Cool. Getting there. And then tile. This, the highlighting is getting to me. Tile. All right, and the value is new tile. Set new tile, so I need a tile selection. That, and that. Delete. Okay. Okay, so it's within the tile set. Within one tile set, there's a tiles, right? So it's a select. It's the whatever tile set we have selected. It's tiles. So that means I have to get it out of tile sets. So I guess we would do it here. Const tiles equals tile sets find tile set dot id is equal to new tile set. Tiles, right? because I don't care about anything else under there. Yep. That's the tiles, so this would be tiles map. Tile, and what's in a tile? Oh, wait, yeah, okay, that is correct. Because we're going to map the tile to have, we want the ID, so it's tile ID. And then instead of a string here, I'm hoping I can make this a tile. So I had a component called tile I made the other day. A tile from tile. I just don't remember what props it needs. We'll figure it out. Tile. Yeah, actually, let's see what that does. So I just need to make this sort of work. What does select do? Okay, let's get tiles sets from state session tile sets. And then what else fundamentally do I need? I need tile set and tile. So those are props that I get from the currently selected component, right? So that's like this. Tile set. Look at the entities, find the tile, and it'll be the components. Okay, it's actually, we'll call it tile. Well, tile, yeah. So I need to change my names a little bit. We'll call this ID. And that's tile dot tile, I hate that. Hey there, Clayman. I'm going okay. Bumbling along as usual, you know. Tile, stupid names. I need to have better names here. That's the tile component, so let's make it tile component. And then the new tile ID is a tile components tile. I'm pretty sure that's right, because if I go and look at a tile. Oh, it's actually ID, not tile, so it's ID. And then this one is tile component dot ts. Hey there. How do you say your name, Ernie? Or is it 3RNI? What is the add-on for the dots in the VSC? It's not an add-on, it's just a setting. Just go to preferences. And it's render white space. So I think the default is none. If I save that, you'll see the dots go away. And then if you can do boundary, is sort of an intermediate one where it only shows the dots at the beginning and ending of lines. See beginning and ending. And then all is like even the dots, even the white space in between text on a line. I like to do that because then I can see if there are tab characters mixed in with my spaces. Tile set will forever be a single word in your book. That's because you learned the word before you learned what a tile or a set is. I see. Well, I think it's not really a word. I've just coined it myself. I bet if I looked it up in the dictionary, there's no such word. But I'm okay with that. Okay, I'm not using this correctly, am I? Right. This should be set new tile ID. This should be new tile ID. And then tiles is correct. Okay, so if I had tile component and tile sets, and then on done, I just don't have an on select, but we'll do the on select later. I want to get this added in to the entities panel for if there's a tile. So stuff like this, right? We want to add this in. These are like specialty buttons, context sensitive buttons. If the type is a tile, actually that's all I care about, if it's a tile or not, right? If it's a tile, then add a button called edit. Well, hold on edit tile. And the tile is the component, right? Wait a minute. No, I don't need any arguments, do I? So it's just on edit tile. Edit. Just edit. It's fine. And then I need a prop edit tile. Kind of like edit teleporter, right? Show tile select dialog. There's a little bit of a problem here. This is assuming it knows to update a component, but I want to use tile select other places. So I'll need to change this later. I think this will be fine for now, though. Oh, let's give it a try. On edit tiles not defined. Yeah, I wish there was a way that if I defined it in the map here, it would just add it to the props here for me, or vice versa, really. Tile set not defined. Okay, we have. It's pulling this in now for the first time, I guess. This is new tile set, new tile. 27. Oh, yeah, these are all strings. And the same thing on 41, all these. Lodash, we need you. Where are you, Lodash? There you are. Alright. So pick a tile, any tile. There's edit. Edit. It didn't do anything. Ah! I didn't connect that up completely, did I? It didn't crash, so it's actually doing the action. It's just nothing. Where is this? It's doing this action. It's just nothing is catching that, right? And probably I need to just copy the code I had for show teleporter editor dialog. Yeah, there's no show tile select dialog. Dialog tile select. So then wherever this is, it'll need a sibling. Tile select. And then here. Tile select dialog, and then map the two together. All right. One more time, because I hit save and then quickly space and then save again, so I don't know what that does. All right, anyway. Edit. Oh, too big. All right, so it doesn't work to have a React component in for options. I thought you could do that, but I guess not. This works though, just way too big, and then it crashed. Undefined. Oh, some tile sets don't have tiles, right? Maybe I should just fix that. Whoa. Ah. That's a chicken and the egg problem, isn't it? I can't actually fix that unless I can do the editor. Okay. Well, let me fix that first then. So these are not a problem, right? It's just going to background that it is a problem. Because it's trying to animate something that has no frames in it, I guess. Oh, it has one frame. Why is it doing index 1 then, if there's only one frame? And why is it immediately out of range? Huh. That's weird. Oh, if it's a scrolling frame, I think the frame index, yes. So I'm not handling scrolling tiles correctly. That's a bug. All right, let's fix that. Let me see how I did that, the scrolling frames thing. Stage. So we look at this scroll flag, right? Yeah. So if it's scroll to something completely different than to look at the frames. So let's just grab this. And then that's it in tile, right? Tile. Where are you, tile? Tile. That else corresponds to this sort of, right? Kind of. Oh, wait a minute, this is load. And that's not the one I want. I could think it's this one. Yeah, this is it. So it's getting the frame. Oh no, we're already doing that, right? Okay, yeah, that's a utility. That's a common utility. So it's whatever is using this. Find that. Active frame. Oh, it's just using it to set the texture, and the texture is it's how it's loaded. So it is here. I need this logic sort of like this, where it takes it calculates this J value. Right, so it's if scroll, else this. If we're scrolling, we're taking the frame index and using that to, we're just putting it there, right? So this is always 0 then. And then the y is that adjusted by the frame index. And the way it scrolls is down, so it's like scrolling. So I need to subtract, right? I subtract, I add the tile size and then subtract 1. Well, I guess I can just do the same math here. Only it's negative of that. So it's minus plus frame index. Let's see if that works. Doc reload. Did you also mean to leave those set clear interval log statements there? I don't know. Guess not. That was just for testing, right? Hey, let's delete them. Okay, so this should no longer crash if I edit this background. Cool, and actually it's showing it scrolling correctly now. Look at that. I don't think that worked before. Okay, cool. Now that's not broken anymore. It's probably the same problem here, right? Edit, and then... Oh, this is a different problem. Oh, that's because there were no tiles defined for that tile set. This one has no tiles entry at all. Wow, look at that. It doesn't work at all. If we... Yeah, let me verify that. Tile sets. Oh, thanks for the follow. This one has tiles, but I bet tile set 1 doesn't. No, it does. Okay, so the problem is not that these tiles are missing. There's something wrong in my code. Yeah, these all have some array in there. Okay, so that's not the problem. Problem is something else. Although that's weird that this is drawing the tile wrong. I guess it's because there's no tile defined. It's like his boots are like elevated. Wonder what exactly happens when you press the button to move a character. You move the character on the canvas right away, or you wait for the response. Right now it waits for the response, and that's why there's some rubber banding. You can't see it. We can see it a little bit. Well, you probably can't see it because I'm streaming at 20 frames per second. But for me, there's like a little bit of rubber banding, and it's very apparent when you're in the real game. That's because it shifts the camera and then it shifts the player. So the camera will shift, but your character will look like they're where they were, and then they'll jump to where they should be. The full round trip looks like this. I can show you. If you look at the messages that go across the pipe, if I move to the left, there is an input to start moving, and then when you release the button, it stops, and then there is a sprite shift, so that's the camera shifting one to the left, and then there's a move of your own sprite to move back to the center, and then these moves are this bob moving around. So yeah, you can see that there's some time delay between them. For me, since it's on the same computer, it's within 130 milliseconds, right? On the real game, it's more depending on how far away you are from the server. The two messages to move the camera and move the sprite should be pretty close together. But yeah, that could be lagged too. So the rubber banding is the difference between these two and how it shows up on the screen there. So it does the full round trip of the server, from the client to the server and then back. So to fix the rubber banding, I would probably do some client-side prediction. Like, if you knew you were moving left and you get a sprite shift one to the left, it's reasonable to assume your character is always also going to move. So you can just, even though the server hasn't told you so, you can go ahead and move your sprite one to the left with it, and then there'd be no rubber banding. The downside would be if there's ever a time where you do move and there's a sprite shift, but it wasn't because your character moved, you might see it rubber band the wrong way. I'll probably do the client-side prediction because the rubber banding the wrong way is, I don't think, likely at all. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. All right. Let's find out why this is crashing when I get to here. Or do I want to find out why... Oh, it drew it correctly that time. That's interesting. It drew it incorrectly once. Oh, there we go. When I flip to that and flip back, that's not rendering correctly. Why would that be? Is that a React problem? It's like the Y coordinate isn't right. For some reason, and only for the first tile too. Oh, there, it didn't draw any of them correctly. Weird. It's some kind of race condition in React or something. See that? Weird. I think it's the default coordinates aren't drawn correctly sometimes. Yeah, see there, it's defaulting them some of the time, but not other times. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to get caught up on that bug. I'll work on that later. Due to the water scrolling, I think it's due to the keys being number-based. It could be. But it looks like a race, doesn't it? Sometimes it draws it correctly, and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, could it be? No. It could be the animation sequence number. Because if you go from something that's animated to something that isn't, it depends on what frame number I'm on when I switch. I think it's that I think you're onto something with the keys being number based. It's reusing the old component from here when it draws it again here, it thinks it's the same one. I think you're right. So if I make the key include the tile set number, that would fix it, right? I'll give you a point. Yeah, let's fix that key. That's easy. That's in tile sets. Tiles panel. The keys I use. Yeah, here, this key, right? So this should be like a manufactured string using the tiles ID and the tile set with a dash between them. That would work, right? And what's the tiles? Is it just selected tile set, I think? Selected tile set. No. Is it selected tile set ID? It is. Let me inspect to see that. I think it was it. Thank you, Toulouse. I verify I'm using the correct ones here now. These IDs. Yeah, tile set dash tile. There we go. Cool. Okay, that mystery solved. Let's move on to this other one. Edit. When I drag that, why am I getting a crash here? Oops. Undock is what I want. There we go. Tiles is undefined. The tile set. What's the new tile set? 48 as a string. Oop, it's a parse thing. Oops. This is the second time I've run into that today. When we set it, this needs to be an integer. So I need to parse that. These are both integers, right? So I can just customize this. Parse int 10. Hey there, Hemorrhage. How are you doing? Let's dock this on the right again and restart. And pick a tile and edit the tile. Okay, cool. That's fixed. Now I need to figure out how to show actual tiles here instead of these objects. Alright, let's figure that out. That's just something dumb I'm doing. I think it has to do with... Actually, it shouldn't say teleporter either there. It should be select tile. It has to do with this option having a tile in it, right? I don't think that's the way... I don't think that you can do it that way. I don't even know if you can do this in HTML5, right? Or in React. Can I have, like, a drop-down show me different React components in it instead of strings? I know you can do that with WPF, but I don't know if I can do it with HTML or React. Can you have a React select component options? Component options? Option component? You have to use a custom select box. React select. What's this? That's what I want? Nope. So maybe I don't use a select then. Can only have text options, huh? Yeah, so if it can only have text, then I can't use this, right? How would I find this like in a search? It would be like HTML non-text select, right? Maybe just such a thing doesn't exist, right? Well, is there a React component for this? React drop down components. Any examples? Demo here. Okay, but again, this is just text, right? What if, like, I look for image dropdown? No. Oh, you found one. That's what I was looking at before, React Select. So React Select is the correct thing then. I was just looking at the wrong thing. Select 2 is something more likely that I want. It's the code. In the code, it's a component inside it. Oh. So they just happen to only be showing text, but you can have other things besides text. I guess it's the fact that, yeah, they have other things in here. That's what I kind of want, right? So do I give this a try? The other thing I can do is instead of a dropdown, I can just show all of them in a flex container. And you just pick the one you want, right? Would be interesting to try. Another reason not to use a dropdown might be that it'll just show them in a big column, right? That might not be what I want. It might be nicer to have like a flex container where I'm kind of like what I have. Not here. Kind of like what I had for avatar selection, right? Just a flex container where you can pick one, like that. That might be simpler. A grid with a search would be nice. I was thinking that visually would be good enough, right? That you pick the tile set and then you just click the tile you want. Maybe we'll just copy this. That was in the profile panel. I'll look into maybe React Select some other time. Profile panel. Yeah, it's just a bunch of. In fact, this is the old style. I need to update that. I can do this with the tile component actually. Tile set tiles is already has style for it to make it a flex, I think. Yeah, display flex wrap max width of 480. So just do the same thing. And then this is just why did I do that? I have an array, so I don't need to do that. This is just because the avatar tiles was predates the tile set stuff. So for here I can do let's do it that way. Actually this thing, right? Tiles map. And what it maps to is the div is for selection. Inside the div, this is the old way. The new way would just be a tile. And while I'm at it, let me see what the props the tile needs. Asset, frames, and well, actually, I don't even need that, right? Where do I use tile already with a single frame? That would be the tile, tiles panel. Yeah, just asset X and Y would do, right? Well, This is better, I think. Or actually, this is what I really need. Maybe I should have that be another component. Like a tile preview. Tile preview is a weak name. I'm getting my names confused. So tile could be an individual frame from a tile. And I guess I'm talking about a higher order component that picks the right props for a tile based off of the tile set and tile ID. So what would that be? Tile from tile set or something? Naming is always super hard, yeah. We'll call it tile from tile set. So let me take tile, copy it, call it tile from tile set. And basically just have the code that I was looking at just now. This stuff. This is exactly the component I want, right? That is all of this. So there's a tile set. And then the tile from the tile set. I can change this to be an ID, right? Why did this have it? Hold on, let me. What's tile there in that context? What is actually? I guess I could click on it to see where it's defined, right? Oh yeah, it's pulled out of the selected tile set. Because we have it available. I could have just selected it by ID, so, I guess we'll just keep it as the tile. This frame is never used? What? Did I mess up back here? Or where was it? Oh yeah, I didn't need that. Okay, well, easy. So we're returning a tile with different props based off if it has an animation frame sequence or not. And that means I don't need that. I don't need any of this, I just need tile. The higher order component. And I should make those named, right? Like I do for everything else. Alright, and then I don't need this anymore, do I? Make tile preview. This just needs to import tile from tile set. Make, so yeah, it's just tile from tile set. There we go. So do the same thing over, save, and then the same thing over here. And the select, okay, it doesn't need to have the word selected in it, does it? Did I edit the wrong file? I did. Oh, that's funny. Okay, let's rename this one tile 2. No. That's tile. No. That's tile from tile set. Mernon, Krasner. Mernon. I need to make that like a built-in thing I can do. Alright, flip those back around. This, yeah, just had tile set. So that means back here, this has to be just tile set. And the same thing here, tile set. And what is the tile set? It is already, no, it's not already given to us. How do I get the tile set? It is the one that's selected, right? New tile set. That's the index. I need to pick it out. So const tile set is, oh, that's what this is. There we go. The tile set's tile set. Tile is tile. And we select it if it is the if it's the selected one, new tile ID. If ID +1, why is it +1? And what's this ID? This should be a tile. I'll learn from my mistake from last time and include the tile set as well. Tile set dot, it had an ID too, right? Dash tile ID. I think this is just tile.id equals new tile ID. And the click should be set tile ID of tile ID. Right. And then I get rid of this select. And then we'll try it out. Okay. Animation reference not defined. Oh yeah. We need that. If we don't have it, what will it be? Null? It's going to be animated, so we should have one. If there's none provided, there has to be one provided. Okay. So this one has to provide it. Yeah, it's just using the current date when the outer one was rendered. So yeah, do the same thing here. And then that has to be passed in. Okay. Class names is not defined in tile select. Where are these class names? Yeah. I used it there. Okay, so class names. Sure. Oh, and that's using tile from tile set, not tile. Cool. All right. Edit the tile. Hey, look at that. So I can change it to mountains if I want. Only I didn't implement submit yet. All right. Let me make sure that the changing the tile set actually works. Edit. So if I change it to avatars, hey, look at that. That works really well, doesn't it? So I just need to do the submit now. Yeah, nice. I think I'll keep it the way that is. So I just need to do the submit for this, or the select. On select, right? Let's have it do tile. Let's give it names tile set and tile. Or actually, it doesn't have to be an object. I can rename them here. Okay, this is going to be similar to how I did the change in the teleporter editor, right? It's got a, yeah, right, dispatch a change to a component and update. Yeah, and if I want to reuse the tile select editor, I gotta take this prop out and put it somewhere else. Refactor to change the profile page to use tiles? Yes. Should do that. Yes, that's true. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to add a ticket for it. So, avatar selection should use tile from tile set. And this is refactor. Submit. There we go. It's in the books. So this is a tile. And oh, this isn't gonna, it's not really gonna work, is it? This got the whole trigger component on input. Actually, this got the whole tile component as well. All right, so if I have to assemble the change. So this has to actually take the tile component, right? Because this one took the trigger component. Yeah, let's just make it the same thing. It's just modifying it, right? And then it has to be the type is the same. Okay, so select needs to do similar to what this one submit did, which is assemble stuff, and then it's always going to be an edit. Right, so it's going to be, I guess we're doing on done last. Okay, really the name of the prop is bad. So this is on update tile. And this is tile component. Right, so tile component dot ts is it's already been parsed, right? So I can just say new tile set. Tile component dot id is new tile id. I think that's it. Ready to turn water into wine? Let's see, let's take this tile and change it to water. And then because of the other bug, it won't actually show up until I leave and come back, right? Wait a minute, I thought I fixed that other bug. Oh, it's not that the other bug that I thought it was. It's that the C is not set to true. Yeah, that's another thing. I have to actually say changed. It's actually C. C equals true. That's a hint to the rendering system, because it would be very, very inefficient if the rendering system constantly scanned all these tiles to see if they changed. So I put in a special C for change that if you modify a tile and you set that to true, it marks the tile as dirty, and so it will then be picked up by the rendering system. So if I edit that and change it to a mountain, now it works. Back to grass. Nice. Hey there, A squared. Just got finished with this little thing where I can pick any tile here and hit edit, and then pick something else. So if I wanted that to be the well, it can be a well. If I want it to be a gravestone, it can be a gravestone, or back to a tree. So that, and then before that, I had been working on another little helpful thing, which is this edit teleporter that you can actually set the coordinates and pick the zone for where a teleporter goes, or if there's no teleporter there, you can add one. So I can say here I want to teleport there, and now there's a teleporter trigger there. Remove it? Yes. Yeah, pretty cool. Although I just noticed a bug. I think it might be because we're in the default zone, but yeah, I think it is. If we're not in the default zone, if we're in this cavern here, and I just say add one, yeah, the zone is correct. So there's a problem with the default zone. The default zone's kind of weird anyway. I'm going to get rid of it, where if I say edit teleporter, the default zone is not in this dropdown, and so it ends up being null. I think it would still work. Technically, that's the correct answer, is no Z at all. But Not going to worry about it because default zone is going away. All these slimes got out of that cavern too. All right, so that's 2 down. I will check. Well, let me see. Do I need to refine this anymore? Maybe the alignment here? I don't know. Why is the alignment so off on that? Is it just that the keys are what do you call it? Is this at the align items baseline? So the baseline is at the bottom for this flex container, I guess. So what would I modify that to for that one? Center? Yeah, center's probably better. So I would just want to do it for that one that doesn't have a baseline, right? So maybe customize that CSS. This one doesn't have a CSS. Let's make one. Tile select dialog CSS. And we'll say dot tile key. Well, tile select key. What was the key again? Align items. Center. And that's the one I want on this label, right? And then import my own CSS. All right. Let's see if that did it. Edit. It didn't do it. What did I get wrong there? Is it that it needs to go on the... Oh, it's on the div containing it. Is this what it's telling me? Oh, class. I think that's, yeah. That's a different problem. But you did spot that before I did, so. Toulouse is getting a lot of points. I thought of something last night what we could do with the points. You could use points to unlock different avatars. So it could be that everyone starts off as some generic like adventure avatar, and if you get like maybe 30 points, you can unlock a new avatar, or 50 points or something like that, right? And so that would give people incentive to help out because then they could look distinctive in the game. Or I could reserve that for later for since it's it doesn't affect the game mechanics at all. It's a what's the word? Cosmetic. It's a cosmetic thing. I could make that something that you can do a purchase for. You could spend $1 to unlock some alternate appearances. That's just an idea I had last night. Right now, everyone can pick from any of the sets, right? So I might make this so that you can't do this unless you've unlocked it somehow, either through points or through paying $1 or something. Loan 50 points. It was that I had, let's go back to the last edit. It was here, right? It was a class name. But I don't think that's going to work. It's not going to, it's on the wrong element anyway, right? Yeah, it has to be on the outer one. The thing is, it's because it's a grid, right? And align items is for all children of the grid. So I need to look in CSS grid. Is there a way to change the alignment of a specific row? There probably is. I just don't know what it is. So CSS grid align specific row. The long lost brother. Justification and alignment. Alright, but how do you do alignment? Justify items. That's for in every row or every column. How do you just do one column? Maybe you just can't. So maybe I really shouldn't be using a grid. Oh, there's justify self. Okay, so I can do what? Align self? Yeah, there we go. Align self. Hey, Rick, fixed it. Cool. All right. That was a little nitpicky thing, is to get that to center there. Cool. I like it. Cancel. Let's check that in. Yay, it makes me happy. I got something to work the way I wanted it to. Yeah, maybe one of the things to do on refactoring day tomorrow will be to refactor the different dialogue so it's not so much of a big change when I add a new dialogue box. This is an unrelated fix, so I'm not checking that in right away, right? And so is actually maybe let's check that in first. So we're checking in that fix for tile first. So this is a fix tile to work with tiles that have scroll effect set. And then this is a new component completely. So add tile. Actually, this is a little hidden refactoring I did, right? Extract component, because that was removed from this panel? Yes. So instead of having it embedded in there, we brought it out. And okay, I also fixed the key. That's a different check-in. Let's stage all of that and then unstage the unrelated line, which was this one. So there's the extraction of the component. It's extracted out to there. Commit. And then this is a fix that I gave a Toulouse a point for. So disambiguate key React keys for tiles in selected tile set. Okay, and then was there anything else here? This is a similar thing, right? No, this is removing keys that don't make sense for a select. Remove placeholder and type. Remove placeholder and type from select. These attributes aren't used for a select. They were, this new sentence, they were accidentally copy pasted from an input. Did I want to add depth to that pop-up? No, the depth is for the painting new tiles, not for the editing existing ones. But actually, I might want to change the depth of a tile, right? Hey, we can add that. Because that's in this, am I right? And that's in the same component? No, that's the position. The position component has the depth. The tile is just how to show it. The position has the depth in it. So that's a different thing. Similar, but not the same. Okay, the tile select dialog is the only thing left. Edit the tile, yeah. Yeah, no problem. Okay, that's it. So add tile select dialog used to change the tile. So I'm gonna want to go back and make it more generic, not just for changing a tile component, but using it to select tiles in other contexts. But not right now. One thing at a time. Yeah, I think the next thing had to do with adding the depth, right? Well, I could. Yeah, I could do that next. That's actually more important than this, so I'm gonna bump that up. Oh, and I should go back and update those in GitHub, right? So 158. And this is awaiting release. And then what was the other one? 159. Awaiting release. There we go. All right, so 117. Ability to add tiles above background through depth input. So this used to be ability to add tiles above background using the shift key, and then someone, I think it was Toulouse or someone else, said it'd be really handy just to be able to have a depth input while I'm painting. And I agree. So that will be in this painting thing here. While we have something selected like this where I can draw water, then instead of overwriting the grass, it would actually put water on top of the grass, which wouldn't make sense, but you know what I mean. So somewhere here I got to put a depth. Maybe up here. We have room up here to put it. Yeah, so for example, if I wanted to place a tree, I'd want to say like put it at depth 1 so that when I paint it doesn't actually put it override depth 0, but put another one on top. You can't claim that idea? Yeah, someone else had. I didn't write it down. I should have, because, well, I did award them a point. I just don't know who it was. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that there is space here I'm not using and try to put it in there. Now, where is that in the DOM? Okay, I just want to find that. Okay, there's a preview image, and then next below it is the panel, the actual tiles. So I want to share space with that image div. So I guess what I'll do is make it a flex. And yeah, set the space allocation between the two, right? Hey there, too, bud. How are you doing? Dom, the second worst invitation of the IT, right after null references. Excuse me, I was stretching. Oh, it's almost been 3 hours already. Okay. Let's just close everything. All right, and then I'm going to open this. We're going into the views, activities, panels, tiles panel. And there's an image tag here that has the preview, the tile set's preview. So this is what I want to share space between. So let's give it a class name. Let's say tile set, give it a name, overall or something. Actually, it's shared. There really are two things in there. So tile set and painting controls. Invention. Yes, invention. I knew that word wasn't quite right, but I didn't know which one it should have been. Tiles panel. Tiles. Okay, they're all tiles dash, so I guess we'll say tiles. Tile set and painting controls. There. I don't know what to call it, so I'm going to use a really long name. Oh, they're all tiles panel something. Okay, fine. Oh, email verification. No, but someone had a question, had a problem yesterday with email, with using the password reset, and I wanted to test that, and I did, and it was working. So I think whatever the problem yesterday, it had to do with either the email address was wrong or it went to the spam folder. Because I tested it and it's still working. It can actually send me an email. If it can send me an email, it should be able to send anyone an email as long as they don't have it on their spam folder. No email verification. We're working on GM quality of life improvements today. So adding stuff to enhance the tools that I have to make world building. If I get to it there, no email verification today though. Sorry. Okay, where do I put it? I guess down here. So I want this one to be a display flex direction row, and I guess we're giving these different classes too. Class name, tiles panel, tile set. That is not used yet. Tile sets. Oh, there is a tile set. So this should be tile. Let's rename this a little bit. How about asset asset preview? Make this name even longer. It's probably the longest CSS. The CSS police might be after me at this point, having a class name that's so long. This needs to be a flex. It's grow shrink basis, right? So you don't need it to grow. Don't want it to shrink. Auto basis, right? And then the other thing after it will be basically a div with key values, right? So I can kind of steal from what I had in not steal, but as a reference, look what I had for the dialogues I was just doing. This one. And then it's well, wait a minute. I can see what key values is. Is it going to be a custom anyway? What is keys values? Oh, that's what it's inside. Okay, so we want both. So it's keys values, it's also tiles, panel, painting controls. And that's just to give it its flex attributes. Grow, shrink, auto, right? Don't worry, that is nothing. We have stuff like this in C#. Exactly. We have long names all over the place. So if it's keys values, it's this kind of pairing up between a label and an input again, right? And you'll have to forgive me for this not being in a form. So this will be wait a minute, why is this shouldn't be even in braces, it should be a string. New tile depth or tile paint depth or something. Paint depth. Placeholder is depth. Value is we should have a React state for this, right? New or not new. Paint depth. This should be a set paint depth. Autofocus. Nah. Should I do that? I should have the typist number. I don't think I need that. I just need paint depth, set paint depth as React state up here. Wow, this is a big component, isn't it? Use state 0 will be the default paint depth. Okay, so let's see if that added it correctly. It did, but it's not got a margin, so we can fix that in our CSS. This would have a margin left of, I don't know, 20 pixels. And that's awful big. Does that matter? It's just basically going to grow to whatever size it needs. Actually, it looks like it's the width is too big. This should be like, what is it? size or something. And we should make that a constant, right? So paint depth size. So we don't need any very much. Moves around in his web dev files like a spider in its web. That's right. So one of my biggest problems as a developer is my files get too damn big. And I'm able to navigate around this, but like when I used to work with other human beings, and I hope to again in the future, but one of the biggest problems I'd have working with other people is they look at my files and say, wow, this is really complicated. I don't know how to navigate this. And for a long time, I was arrogant and thought, well, it's just because you're not familiar with my code. You just need to learn. But I, come to realize that the problem is really my end, that this needs to be refactored into a lot smaller set of files. Instead of one big component, it should be several, broken up into a hierarchy. And a lot of the stuff I do should be refactored to use helpers that have names. Just having names for subsets of this code would help, because the names would help explain what the heck's going on, right? But in the context of your belly, almost like Adam, I think I don't want to say it's a universal, like that it applies to all developers, but I've noticed this tendency that of just keep writing code, right? Keep writing new code, and then not going back. Two problems. Not going back and refactoring is one problem. The other problem is that as you're writing new code, you aren't taking into account that the code might be getting too complicated, and that you should write it from the start to use helpers, give names to things, break it up into pieces. And that's just, I think for me, I've done it badly so long that it's just a hard habit to break. You've seen developers that prefer big files. I don't know why you would prefer a big file, because anyone who's ever looked back at their code after like a year will say, I wish I had made this simpler. I would think someone who would prefer a big file would be someone who like has a really good memory and can go back into code they written 5 years ago and say, oh yeah, I know where everything is. Emacs people love big files. See, if the problem is that it's harder to like organize numerous files, the solution to that is to just get a good organizational technique and be able to jump between files, like have multiple tabs, right? So yeah, I think preferring big files just to make organization simpler is solving the wrong problem. Is that how you say it? There's still a problem that it's hard for other people to understand it when it's so damn huge. Anyway, that was my rant for the hour. How about that? How did this do? It's still really huge, but I think it's because it's growing. No, I didn't. The size isn't right. Did I not save that? Paint depth size. Is this size not set right? Yeah, it is the size on the input. What did I do wrong? Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? Did you hear my rant about how bad a habit I have in making code unreadable? It's I'm ranting about myself. I need to break this bad habit of making components that are almost 1,000 lines long in React. That's just bad. Right now I'm trying to figure out why this thing is so big. Let's dock that on the left. No, that's not going to work. We'll float it. We'll float it, and then we'll inspect it. Okay, we need to drop that. Okay, where are we? Yeah, the size is 3. How come it's so wide? Is it because it's in a flex? Problem is oh, I know why. Because this overflow is this overhang. So it's just greedy and uses up that space. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. We'll just leave it the way it is. I do want it to be a little bit bigger, though. Can I do a large on it? Large, right? Large. Okay, that's too large. Okay, and it is the size isn't right because it's not shrinking down below that. Why not? Large. What happens if the tile set's wider? It's capped at 480 pixels, I think. Oh wait a minute, no, it's not. I'll just that'll just I could have it wrap, right? I could set the flex to wrap so that it would put it underneath the image if it gets too big, right? Tell them Large Marge sent you. A single 1.5 megabyte C file? Yeah, see, that's the kind of files I write, and I hate it. I hate looking at my own code like a year later and saying, this is too big. Oh, hey there, Mr. Balrog. Do the Mr. Balrog dance. I should do the rap while dancing the Mr. Balrog dance, right? Okay, what if I turn off the grow on the flex here? It's still really wide. I don't know why. That should only be 3 characters wide. Is it? I wonder if it's because it's set to number. What if it's text? Is the size only used for text inputs or something like that? I'm just guessing at this point. Yes. Okay. That's what I want, but for a number. So what do I need to do? So when I set that to a number, it's like getting really wide. Am I gonna wrap? Someone was saying I should wrap it. Mr. Balrog was saying I should wrap it. A Raimu wrap. Raimu wrap? Raimu wrap, right? Raimu wrap. Okay, I need to look this up. I don't know what I'm doing. So it's gonna be HTML input number width. How do I set it? Seems like input type number doesn't support size attribute or it's not compatible. You can set it through width. Ah, interesting. Okay. So I do want to set the width on it. All right, fine. It does not have a class, so we need to, well, I can do it this way. It has an ID. Do that, right? ID is, was it this? That's not right, is it? Maybe it is right. So let's say like 50 pixels or something. Where did window go? Oh, there we go. I can make it wider than that. How about 100? Yay. Now it's nice and large. Now the trick is to use it. So I want it to be where if it's at 1 and I pick a tree, that it will actually paint a tree and not paint the ground as a tree. So that is now making use of that React state in this component here. You can use M to specify characters. That's true. Would that be better than saying 100 pixels? Probably need to take into account the upside. Yeah, so because it's a mix of characters and non-characters, I'll just keep it pixels then. All right, where is the painting done? That is, oh wait a minute, the painting isn't even done in React. It's in a side effect of this, so this needs to be moved to Redux. Okay, not a problem. We can do this. We can make it better and stronger. So better paint depth and then set paint depth as props. All right, and then paint depth. State, where are we going to put it? Admin? I've been putting stuff under admin if it's like part of the reducers that you, to make it separable for like non-GM players who wouldn't even have an admin reducer maybe. Because this tile panel isn't even available. Well, but then I have stuff under session. I'm really disorganized when it comes to these reducers, aren't I? Should I put it under admin or stage? No, stage is like has hardly anything in it. It's got current move though. I don't know. This is totally disorganized. There's an enormous key there. I think it feels better under admin, although it's a terrible name. But it'll be until I refactor it. Depth. And then, I guess I've been using the convention of on, so I'll make it on. Set paint depth. Depth. Okay, is that right? Well, I need to do a parse, don't I? I know what I can do. I can do set. And, well, I can do it down here. Depth as text. Dispatch actions. Set paint depth. Depth is parse int. Depth as text 10. Okay, so set paint depth is a new action. Okay, see you playing with Skizzers. Enjoy your meal. Set paint depth. I wonder if this is the point where I would probably take a break and eat lunch if I went more than 4 hours. Probably. Align my schedule with playing with Skizzers would make sense, right? Since he's like one of the only mods here. Oh, Cthulhu's here too. Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of how I would modify my schedule if I'd streamed longer. I would definitely have to take a break to eat, and now would be probably a really good time for it too. Set paint depth. So that's going to go into a reducer for the admin. Easy peasy. Set paint depth. Just need to put it in alphabetical order. Here we go. Paint depth, action depth. It's depth, yes, okay. And then I need to initialize that. 0, okay. Unexpected parsing error 727 because I'm missing a parentheses. And Toulouse didn't see it. He's seeing almost everything, and he missed that one. I see see how I'm raising the bar, Toulouse? So now you gotta notice all the little syntax errors. Okay, what was I doing? Painting, right? So I should be able to set that, and then come back to it, and it's still there. And yeah, he didn't. That's right. Okay, I can use that now in the where I do clicking here to do painting is not in the views. It's in the middleware for stage. So that's interact tiles. Yes. Right, so here it is. Left click is if there is background over. Okay, so I'm going to rename this to be if there is a tile at the selected depth. Okay, here's the magic number here. So this should be, let's get it. Const paint depth is get state admin paint depth, right? So this will be if it's at paint depth. So we'll rename this to be what do we call it? Not background over. existing tile at paint depth. So if there is one, we are updating it. Otherwise, we're adding a new one. So this one has to be given a depth now. So it's these names are old now. It's not background tile anymore. It's any kind of tile. Can I just update these names? Yeah, because this works on any tile. Yeah. So okay, we're gonna rename this. This is gonna be update tile. Let me make sure there's no update tile actually already. No, there's not. Do it. Do it. And then I gotta go change update background tile to update tile. And we're done. So same thing with add background tile. Should just be add tile. And then again, let me make sure this is not already in there. No, it's not. That's good. Make the change. Add background tile becomes add tile. Do it. Execute order 66. I need to work on my Emperor Palpatine voice. It was I who allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator. The hate is swelling in you now. I was pretty good at his lines in the Return of the Jedi, but anything else I invent doesn't come out quite right. Got to let you fix some stuff. That's true, Toulouse. Thank you very much. All right. Existing paint, tile at paint depth. Right, so this new one needs a depth, actually. So this is paint depth. So I need to go and add tile and update stuff. All right, depth. D is depth. These don't need quotes, do they? Whoops. What am I doing? It's Alt Control down. There we go. And then these don't need to be done either, right? That can just be that. Cool. And it creates the whole thing. It's a tile with a position in the game. Right, so that should work. Did I say thank you for the follow? I don't know if I did. I was a little distracted. Let's see if this works. So if let's see if paint at depth still works. We'll paint a tree at 0. Right. And now instead of 0, let's put it at 1. Oh, it's working. It's working. I have too many trees, though. I can also do the same thing with right-click to delete tiles at certain depths, can't I? Let's put the ground back underneath these guys. Oh, that got rid of the trees there. No, there weren't. The trees were at depth 0. Yeah, so that makes sense. So this does not destroy anything. But this one, okay, right click, what does right click do there? Interesting. Actually, it already works. Is that a side effect of what I changed there? In the stage? Oh yeah, look at that. So it already works. So right click at depth 1 destroys the trees but leaves the ground underneath. Unexpected but good side effect. Hey there, Blake the Spoon Bender. I like your name. You must have been the person who followed. So I've stopped saying the names of people who follow because I know some people don't like it when their names are shouted out. So I left the overlay, but I don't say the name. And that's sort of my compromise between, I want to thank people for following me, but I don't want people to feel uncomfortable if they don't want to hear their names shouted out. So I figured that if you don't mind me thanking you personally, you'll say it in chat, and then I'll say, oh, well, that was you? Okay, thank you. Trying to please everyone, and I'll end up pleasing nobody, right? Is that how it goes? Oh, by the way, did no one noticed this, but I made a mistake in my decorations. Can anyone spot the mistake here? I have two wells. Look at that. I got a well there, and I got a well there. Well, that's really a tree, but this well is in the asset twice by mistake. This one should actually pick that tile, which looks better. But that extra graphic there is a copy, and no one noticed that. Or if they did, then I didn't see you guys mention it. Anyway, a little random thing. I made the same mistake here too. Let's just add the tile to the correct graphic. I'll need to update the asset to remove the copy. Cool. So I'm going to mark that task done. Okay, we renamed background tile to tile, and I should do the renames independently, right? So stage those, stage those. This line and this line. These two lines. And these two. And yeah, this hunk. That doesn't go in. Okay, this one does. There. And this matches this. Okay. Right. Okay, so this is just the rename. Background tile and add and update background tile. Yep, okay, so remove background from add update tile action names. There was another rename, was there? This is in the new code. Yep, GM tools and stuffs. Today is like the new feature and redesign day. So if you look in the stream panels below, if you haven't seen them, I'm trying to have a different focus every day. Tomorrow we'll be refactoring. Yesterday was bug fixing. Friday is sound effects, graphics, user interface. Monday is game content. Stuffs, yeah. Okay, I'm looking for the other rename that I missed, but I don't see it. I mean, this looks like it might be renamed, but it's not. It's the fact that we're not hard coding 0 anymore. We're using paint depth. Background over. Yeah, that goes with the paint depth being added. Yeah. So that's this check. This commit here. We're adding depth. We're able to paint at any depth now using the paint depth that we have in Redux. Add capability to paint at any depth. To paint tiles at any depth. Oh, wait a minute. Let me amend that. There's an actual issue number for this, isn't there? 117. Implement feature 117. Paint at any depth. Commit. All right. 3 down. 3 left to go. How am I doing on time? Not very good. So it took me 3 hours, 15 minutes to get the first half of what I wanted to do, and now I only have 45 minutes to do that. It's a cool 33.5 C there, huh? So here it's 79 Fahrenheit now. It's getting a little uncomfortable. But it's that time of year, you know. The time of the year you want to move to Australia, right? Where it's cooler. Is that true? It's winter down there, right? It should be cooler. Make step triggers configurable to trigger for players, NPCs, or both. Or I can do add per tile access or visible. This one's a huge one. Maybe I'll save that for next week then, because I'm not going to get to it. So which of these two will be easier? Per tile access. That's pretty easy. That's a one specific function in the game called can access. So we can update that one. And let me find it. Can access. Can it? Not can access? Access check. That's what it is. Access check. Check to see if a given mobility allows access to a step onto the given entity. So I need to enhance this because it has to be... well, no. It's the entity we're checking against. So it's if that entity has a special access. Yeah, so I don't need to change the prototype. Yeah, so it gets the entity's tile and then looks up the tile set that that tile is in and then gets the access field of the tile. So what I'm thinking about doing is that if it's per tile, that would mean you could override the access by putting it directly into the tile component. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Terminal will be 41? Wow. Well, you're in South Carolina. I'm in Southern California, and I'm near the ocean, so I get the ocean breeze, so it doesn't get ridiculously hot for me. Yeah, Europe is like really suffering from a heat wave, right? 21.6 Celsius in your air-conditioned office. Thanks for the follow. All right, this is in the C++ code, so I like to use test-driven development for modifying this. This is in the back end of the server, so I have a test framework for this. ACS test. Components. In fact, that might have shown up on my tests here. Yep, I already have it. Right, so let's just add it to this existing test, right? We will add a third tile, which my idea is that it would be in the tile set, but it would also have an extra parameter called A for access, and then it would have like a different value here than what's in the tile set. So the tile set's second tile has an access of 2. So if we overrode it to be an access of 4, right? Tile 3, and then we would check tile 3 against 2. It should be false instead of true. So it should be false. And the test will fail right now because it won't look at the overridden access. It'll look at the tile set and it'll say, yeah, you can access if you have an access of 2. Why not? DocZ. What's DocZ? Is that like offline documentation? That'd be my guess. First build of the backend today, so it's not cached, and so it's going to be slow. Oh, one other thing came up yesterday. Do you guys know about this? It is the, hold on. Instead of blinding you with a white screen, let me just look it up again. Hold on a second. I'm not sure which monitor this is on. I'm going to temporarily, as Chris would say, hacking the Gibson. Okay, cool. That wasn't leaked. Right. So I'm just looking to find this again. I want to ask you guys about this. This thing. Twitch Dev Jam. You guys know about this? It is a contest to write a Twitch extension that is integrated with the game, so game meshed extensions. So, you know, I happen to be writing a game. It's not something you can find in Twitch, but, you know, maybe we could add it. Would it make sense for me to try to do this game dev jam, make an extension for my own game? Or is that silly? I think the barrier to it would be that my game is not on Twitch. So That's one prerequisite, right? So I'd have to get my game on Twitch. I don't know how to do that. I don't even know if it's worthy of being on Twitch yet. But let's say if it was, then I could write an extension for my own game and then enter it as a contestant, right? Is it worthy? Get it on there. So then it comes down to like, what kind of extension would I make for my game, for my own game? I've wanted to make overlays for my game for like the BRB screen or just in general. Like people have stream avatars. I could have something as an overlay in the sides of the screen that have some information about what's going on in my game. You know, like if someone gets an achievement in my game, it could show it in my stream, or you know, that could be something an extension might be able to do, right? I don't know. Just thought I'd bring it up. All right, back to this. This built, right? I was mostly killing time because this was taking a while to build. Now it's taking time to reload what tests exist. Now it's done. All right, so it's going to fail, and it's going to say that... oh, attempt to get a length of a nil value. How did that happen? Oh, because I don't have a comma. It has to be valid Lua. Try again. Yeah, so it fails because it ends up being true. You can access that square, even though you shouldn't, because it's got a special access field of 4, and we're testing against 2, so it should be a false, right? But it's not seeing that. It's going to tile 2, which is access 2. So I think the fix is pretty easy. It would be here. Let's introduce another key. Tile access. And even though it looks like it's colliding, it's not, because it's these are different components. One's tile and one's trigger. So we're good. I'll say here, if tile has realm server key tile access, then we're going to use that directly. Otherwise, we have to fetch it from the tile set. So either way, this is going to be int access. And if we have it, it's read it directly from the tile, right? And I won't even look at the tile set. So actually, it'll be a faster lookup if it has special access. Code has to have valid syntax? Sometimes. It's just that that test has interpreted code. This is Lua. This is interpreted as Lua. This evaluate script takes a string and interprets it as Lua, and so it the compiler C++ compiler didn't see it, and only at runtime when we interpreted did it have an error. So kind of unusual. Linking. Link faster. Why are you taking so long to link? Anyway. 38 seconds to link. Okay, it's fixed. So, let's try this out in the test environment. So I'm going to go here and snapshot the game. Stop and restart the game. Kitty Beast is yelling at me. What do you want, cat? Come over here. Come on. No, see, he never comes when I ask him to. Like, come over here. He's like looking at me like, you're supposed to know what I want, human. Oh, we're having an install snapshot anyway? I thought, I didn't think that would happen. Caught up to server. Okay. Oh, there's this graphics glitch and I haven't gone back and fixed yet. I got him. I captured the beast. Look how happy he is to be caught. He's probably like thinking, why is it so hot today? You know, lower the temperature, human. I have a fur coat and all, and it's too hot. How dare you not serve me, human? Kitty. He's my beast. That's what he is. He's a beast. All right, I was going to test this. So I was going to put in a special access somewhere in here, like an invisible wall. Let's put an invisible wall in the game. So go to cavern here. Let's make it look like there's a passage here and have it not actually go that way. Actually, I can fill this in. There we go. And then we'll go to this tile here. And I'll actually have a special access here. Access, you have to be able to walk through walls, which is 8. So now I shouldn't be able to walk through there. Yep. Invisible wall. I have added invisible walls to the game. I probably want to show that with a special marker now, too. Wouldn't that make sense? One that isn't red. Yeah, we can do that. Special. Where it comes out. The most intimidating beast. He's intimidating when he wakes you up at 3 in the morning by meowing in your ear. You're like, oh, what was that? You mean the invisible walls are going to be reported as a bug? I can't step there. It's an invisible wall. I can't move. Yeah, we'll have to have something like, I'll have to add, really, I'm adding this so that I can make it so that NPCs are given boundaries. So probably what I'll do is I'll give it an access the players have and NPCs don't have. So, like, well, a ward to keep NPCs out of a certain area. Like in the real game, out here, I didn't want NPCs walking down this stairs, so I can make this gate have a special access that only players can go through and not NPCs. And then down here in the sewers, I kind of only want players to go up the stairs and monsters stay down here. So that's where I was intending to use it. But I wanted to show up with a special marker, so let me work on that. Yeah, that is in this specials, right? Rendering system. Yes, so it is make that it's make encoded sprite. Special. Compute special. There we go. If there's a trigger there, it's special. So another kind of special would be if it has special access, right? So let's do this the right way, which is to have it in the test. So it's that this should actually, let's just look for special. Do I have a test for this? I don't have a test for it? Or could I? No, I guess we'll make a test. Pin that, and let's go to the render. Do I have tests for rendering? I do. Okay. Do I have trigger anywhere in here? Oh, I do. Okay. Never mind. How did this show up if it's not special? Oh, it's key sprite special. All right. Well, we'll make another test for this, right? Admin camera sees special access. Admin camera sees special access. So I don't need a trigger, do I? Actually, it's not that there is a trigger. Or no, there's not. Okay, it's that there is a special access tile. And it doesn't need that. It just needs a tile, actually. So the tile will have an A in it. Actually, I have a key for it. Realm server key tile access. 42. Cat whispers in your ear. Cat, meow, mother. Oh, Omega, you're funny. All right, so this is no special access. So I should have it have a tile without that key in it. Also, if I was thinking the other things a tile has is tile set and ID, but then I have to define a tile set. Interesting that this doesn't. Do I have this rigged so that if the tile is not, if the tile has no properties, it actually doesn't include it? Oh yeah, look at that. It's optional. There is a tile though. Why isn't it not showing up here? Interesting. Oh no, there is. Okay, never mind. Well, that's ID. Where is tile? There's no tile. Why not? Is it removed? That test just never work? Oh, because it's invisible. That's why. These show up as invisible. So make it, I need to make it visible then. So let's just look for sprite tile set. It's got to be here. Okay, here we go. Oh, it doesn't actually look it up. It just has to have a tile ID and a tile set. Okay, fine. And I suppose I'll put the changed in there too, since it does belong there. Changed false, and these can be whatever I want. So I'm going to do 8 and 1. And then I need the same thing for the no special access tile. It also has a tile, but it is missing the access thing, and we'll just change these a little bit. 2 and 18, right? And we put the camera within range of that tile, basically. Oh, these old X's and Y's aren't needed anymore. I need to go through and remove those. Speaking of which, remove obsolete component fields such as OX and OY from pause components. This is technically refactoring because it's cleanup, right? Submit. There we go. The camera's at 0, 0, nearby at 2, 3, and okay, these should be not on top of each other. 2, 3, and 2, 4. We have 2 tiles, one with special access and one without. And the test is that we should get 2 sprites, right? There should be one at 2, 3 and one at 2, 4. One with a special of, one with no special and the other one with a special of access. And then this is special access tile, and this is no special access. This one I should just have tile at the end. There we go. Done my minimum amount of human sacrifices today to please the cat gods. Well, it's more of like I have to feed him the minimum number of times and let him outside and back in the minimum number of times. If not, then I, he says, you might wake up without your breath in the morning or in the middle of the night. Isn't that what cats do? Steal your breath? When you want to be fed, and more often than not, it would be meow. Yeah, exactly. More often than not. Okay, so the test, it's not saying access. Oh, and we need to include tile and tile set. That's important. Tile and TS, yes. This key, and then, do I not have? Do I not have a constant for the tile? I guess not. So it's just tile. 1, and then that of whatever I set it to. 8, and the other one was 18. Keyword was had. Yeah, what happened to that cat, Mr. Sir? Still have the cat? Family cat you inherited. You made it to 18 years old. That's a pretty good age for a cat. Mine's getting up there. He's like 15 years old now. He doesn't jump as high anymore. He's more crotchety, like an old man. All right, everything is there except for the access, which is expected. And then tile sets is correct. Okay, so it just needs, we need to detect it now. So the test is done. I just need to have the detection work. Compute special, right? Why look up the tile again if we already have it? Yeah, we already have it. Let's require it. Let's require it so that we don't have to look it up twice. So this is const JSON value tile component. He was an outdoor cat too. Mine wants to be outdoors, but then he wants to come back indoors. Puppy? I think you mentioned that once before. You had a, yeah, you said you had a cat named Puppy and a dog named Kitty. Or no, it was in a game you were naming your dog and you named the dog Kitty, right? That old cat cheese game in Windows 98? I don't know. Don't know of this old cat cheese game. So I have access to the tile if I look that up first, right? And then this already has the tile. This does not, actually. Hold on. So I need to update that one. This one... Where is it? It has the tile, yes. So this one has... So the only one... There's only one that doesn't have the tile. And that's this one. Sprite moved. But we have the tile at this point, so we could pass it through then. Right? Const JSON value tile component. So tile component. There we go. Rodent's Revenge. Oh, I didn't know about that. There's a cheesy movie, The Stupids, that had a dog named Kitty. I don't know I missed these things. I'm not cultured, I guess. It's holding steady at 79.5 degrees Fahrenheit here. It feels too warm though. Oh right, I never finished the work here. In compute special, right? Now that we have the tile component, if it's both special access and a trigger, I think the trigger can override it, right? So we'll say if tile component has realm server key tile access, then return access. There we go. Okay, that's working. So that means the backend is going to do its part. I just need to pick some kind of visual thing for the front end. So snapshot that state. Restart. Those are rookie temps. Turn those temps up. Yeah, I'm just not used to it. I'm so spoiled here, Southern California, I think. Tom Arnold film, The Barometer of Cultured. Yeah, I don't think I've seen all my Tom Arnold films. Reload. So down here, it would have told me, okay, so it actually just ignored it and put the red marker there for, even though it's not a trigger. So, I mean, I can do a cheesy thing where I just make it a different color. That would be the easiest for now. So, special, and then look in the JS for it. Here it is. Yeah, so we could just say, the line style depends on what the special is. So, like, something cheesy like this. So, color equals that index special. And then this would be, trigger correct number of zeros, and then access, like if I wanted to make it green, like that, and then that's color, right? And now it's green. I guess I can do that for now. I'll think about what I want to show there later. I just want to distinguish between special access tiles and trigger tiles, or triggers in the world. Yes. That. Yeah. Okay. This all goes together then. Cool. Show tiles. Show to GM tiles in view that have special access. There we go. Done and done. Yeah, I mean, if it also depends on the humidity. If the humidity is fine, then you can be more comfortable at those higher temperatures. But combination of high humidity and high temperature really sucks, right? I forgot to mark this one as closed, didn't I? Actually, did I do 117 also? 117. I did not. That is awaiting release. And then 162. Awaiting release. Okay. I have about 17 minutes left. So do I work on this one? Making step triggers to trigger only for certain types of entities? Yeah, okay. The step trigger is in C++ too. So we should do the C++ part of it first. Triggers. Let's look at the outline here. Step teleport. Okay, so let's say I can enhance this to be teleport. Well, there are then 3 kinds of teleporters, right? The ones that don't care, the ones that are players only, and the ones that are NPCs only. Or do I care about that? Maybe it's just limited to players only. So that would just be one more test then. Step teleport player only. Try diving into decorators. Oh, do you have a video for that? Diving into decorators. That almost sounds like bowling for burgers, doesn't it, Chris? Diving into decorators. It's a UHF video, movie reference. Always in the beanie, that is true. You have to watch Chris's stream long enough to catch those rare moments where he get his head itches and he has to do the beanie reveal to get at that itch. Okay. enough embarrassing Chris. Let's get back to this. Step teleport, player only. So it's a trigger. Right, so I'm going to do it with a special key here. What do I want to call it? P? True? And then we'll have to have two test subjects. A player. Right, a player. Wait, they're on the same thing. Oh, we can put them on the same place. So we'll just have two guys, a player and an NPC. NPC. So I need to make a component. I did, okay. So the NPC, does it matter what's in there? I don't think so. Yeah, and player and an NPC on top of them. So the update will be that only the player's position gets modified. That's the test. Player only, well, I was thinking that their NPC only teleport doesn't make sense, Toulouse. What do you think? Where would an NPC only teleport make sense? It's mostly that I want, in some cases, I use teleports to be zone transitions, and I didn't want NPCs to go between zones sometimes. So, you know, player only portal, for example. So, if you guys can think of a case where NPC only teleport makes sense, I'd put it in. Yeah, I mean, we can wait until I can change it later when makes sense. Right, so this will be that both teleported, right? Oh, and it actually did an NPC cooldown. That's going to be problematic. Because this cooldown will depend on the time. Why is it 1.110646519335551 though? That's a strange cooldown. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Yeah, floating point. Like, why is this weird number in there? This is a tightly controlled test environment. Oh, is it because of this? And then that's rounding error of some kind? Okay. Every time you do that, well, that'll pass that as the time. I think it's doing 1 plus 0.001, and that's an awful big rounding error, though. Well, I guess I can catch that. That's going to be in... it's going into this NPC movement system. It's what's happening. Destroy swords. This is all on the list to remove, too. We don't want that. We don't want that to happen anymore. Oh, I know why. I put some randomness into the cooldown. Yeah. There's a minimum and maximum cooldown. Okay, that's going to be a problem in the test, though. If we know what's going to happen, then I can just ignore that one because I don't care. So I can ignore the first feedback and only look at the second and third and fourth, right? Oh, the NPC is gonna move. Oh, you know what? I know a way to fix this. I can give him an initial cooldown so that he can't move. That'll do it. So here, do I have a key for it though? Key NPC, I do not. So it's just CD. So just make it like 10 or something. There. Now they won't move. They'll just get teleported away. Okay, cool. That's exactly right. So the NPC is moving and being teleported along with the player when they shouldn't be. Nice. All right. So that is in the trigger component. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't that it was rounding. It was that it was picking a random number between 0.5 and 5 and adding it to 1. So just our luck. So now that I set the cooldown to 10, it's like, well, he's not going to move at all. So it won't even get into that code. Here we go. Step trigger, type transport. Here we go. It moves them as long as they're either a player or an NPC. If they're neither, then it skips it. So here's where I want to have this special check, right? If trigger action interpret as a bool, realm. Do I have a key for it? I don't think I defined it. I just kind of made it up on the fly. It's just P, right? I hate hard coding this. I shouldn't hard code this. Realm server. Let's look for P. Right. So we'll pick realm server key. What are the other keys around this? Key trigger action. Player only. Okay. So if that is true, and they are a player, so not invalid. No, the other way. They're not a player. Then continue. Right? And then we'll use this back over here. Actually, this whole thing. So we're not using hard-coded keys anymore. I know, they're not alphabetical. I guess I can fix that one. D comes first, then T goes down here, and P goes up here, right? The key names need sorting later. They're in rough order, but they're not perfect. I'm too hot to sort them all completely. Thermometer still says it's 79. 79 decimal. I don't get that 0.5 anymore. Test. Run. Yay. I should kind of go through these and run them all, shouldn't I? Trigger. Okay, tile set, rendering, position, index, movement, dialogue. Oh, something broke in the dialogues. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, I broke this at some point because... Why? Right, there's an extra message in there. Yeah, okay, this is unrelated to my work today. I broke it and I didn't notice I broke it. And the test is too strict in its requirements. There's an extra message in there. It's essentially a no-op. So I have to decide, remove the extra message from being generated or make the test more flexible. Do you have the sort lines extension? No, I don't know of that. Would that be smart enough to like sort in all the contexts that I like to use sorting though? Like a challenging one would be in the reducers. So this would have to sort these cases. Oh, look at that. Why is there a bracket there? Probably because I have locals. Yeah, it would have to be smart enough to sort these cases too, right? I guess if it could sort this and not necessarily that, that's better than nothing. Wouldn't that be cool though if you had an extension that was language context aware and it could say, oh yeah, sorting this huge, enormous, ugly switch statement would be sorting by the case values, right? Anyway. Let's test this now. So, stop the server again. start it, and I have to make something that NPCs can't get through, but I can. So like a little NPC jail with an invisible wall that I can walk through. Alright, back up and running. That is race conditions in my Git issues already. Alright, let's go to here. Let's go back out here because all the NPCs are all scattered about. Let's make a little zoo here. So the way I'll do it is I'll put a special here. By copying... Hold on. Oh no, this is for teleporters, right? I guess what we can do is we can make sure that they can't escape the... Yeah, let's do that. Let's make one so... Let's modify this one so that they can't escape here. And then I need to update the teleporter too to be aware of the extra parameter. So this is p true. Update. And then actually it'd be easiest if I just kill all the NPCs. Die. Or enough of them, right? So that they respawn in below in the dungeon. So they're not wandering around up here. This is the actual use case I needed this for. I wanted to basically prevent monsters from escaping the dungeon by making it so that the way out can't be used by an NPC. I have a feeling that I have some monsters that are hiding in this secret island. Aha! I caught you. Can't escape me now. Alright. Also, I don't want Bob to get trapped. Oh, there's that guy. How did he escape my notice? Let me do the same thing on this teleporter here. I don't want them going back in either, if they are out. So that's P true also. Update. Alright. So I should be able to take Bob and teleport him by moving him on top of that teleporter. So that still works. But if I try to move him on here, nothing should happen. Perfect. That's one test. And the other test would be that they can't, anything spawning in here can't escape. So I take this guy and I put him on the teleporter, nothing happens. Great. Hold on a second. Sorry, there was a loud noise. I need to turn it off. All right. Yeah, I can still teleport out, but the monsters can't escape now. Perfect. You like the temporary privacy? That's my emergency mute thing. I think it might be the default VS Code. Control-Shift-P and look for sort. Oh, we can look at that. Let's see. So you're saying it won't work here, but it should work here? Control-Shift-P and look for sort. Oh. They didn't seem to do anything. These are out of order, right? Yeah, they're out of order. Do I have to select all and then sort? Oh, there we go. So I would have to select the lines themselves, right? And then do sort. I accidentally hit some keys afterwards. Okay, so there. All right. I'll give you a point for that. You found it for me. 51 points. So now they're sorted. Did it sort it correctly? I guess it did, didn't it? And I would see that if I looked at the Git... this thing. Wait a minute, did it sort it? Or am I just blind? I guess they were in order, and then that wasn't. Oh, no. Actually, I don't know if it did. I think I'm blind right now. I can't actually see it. Look, let me test it. Move that purposefully out of range. Then select all these lines and do sort ascending. Okay, there it did something. There's a whole bunch of differences now. EEC should be first right. I think the first time I did it, I must have messed up. There it definitely did something. Yeah. All right. So that worked. It just took me 2 tries. I'll blame it on the heat. Oh, there is a decimal. 79.9, and I'm starting to sweat now. Getting hot. Good thing it's at the 4-hour mark. I can go drink some ice water and cool off. So let's this is what I'm afraid of. Like, it does a massive diff, and really all I did was add one key to it. So if I can find the key that I added, I can do that in this first diff. It's action player only is the only thing I truly added here, right? So let's just stage that add. The rest is just sorting, right? Key trigger player only. And the test for it. Okay, so add ability to limit teleporters to affect players only. And then this is sort key names. Cool. This is a perfect time to kind of bring the stream to a conclusion for the day. This was number 160, so we'll mark that done and we'll go find someone to raid. How about that? All right, so I'm going to say actually here, decided to just have teleporters only have 2 modes. Teleport player or NPC, and teleport player only. Comment. Call it done for now. Waiting release. All right. So the only one I didn't get into is this lighting and visibility. I think that might be a subject for an entire stream on its own. So I'll probably do that next Wednesday. Justin, come back to your PC, you're leaving? Yeah, well, it's that time of day, Raleigh Monkey. Sorry about that. It's how it works. Trying to stick to the schedule. I got to get my food in at some point, right? So I'll probably work on this on next Wednesday. Since I'm doing, like, again, in the stream panels below, you can see that each day is dedicated to a different subject. So tomorrow it will be refactoring, which means trying to clean up my code. So a perfect example of that was the work I was doing earlier, right? The, where was it? Was it the tiles panel? The fact that this component is so friggin' huge. I could spend a day just cleaning this up alone, right? Like, look at, like, these are all the same, only for one small difference, so I could, like, clean this up a bit, right? Lots and lots of opportunities to clean up this code. Stuff like that is what I'm going to work on tomorrow. And then Friday will be, probably what I'll work on Friday is in the game right now. You can go through and you can battle these guys, but it's quiet. So what I'm thinking about doing for Friday is to work on either or both of 2 things. One would be particle effects or temporary sprites that appear and then quickly disappear to show, like, when things get hit. And another one would complement that, and that would be sound effects. So I need to, like, record some kind of sound effects when you like a whoosh sound effect if you swing and you miss, or maybe just a hit sound, like different hit sounds. And then try to work with Phaser to see if we can get that to play. And then I need to, and the first thing I'm gonna have to do after I add sound effects is we're gonna have to add in this settings here some way to turn that off, because some people just don't like sound effects, or it's too loud or whatever. So I'll have to have some kind of volume control, some way to disable the sounds. That would be the polite thing to do. It might even be polite to have them off by default and you have to turn them on. I don't know. See what people think. So that'll probably be Friday. All right. So I thank you very much for joining me today. Okay, so you're saying add sounds, then disable them? So it should be easy to find how to disable them because it's nothing more annoying than having loud sounds when you didn't expect it, right? Start at 50% volume is okay, and then you can, yeah, something like that. Something like that indeed. You would definitely turn it on, but have the sound controls on the top of the settings, yeah. The other thing I want to do is go through there already been some suggestions to merge these three panels together. This one hardly has anything at all, so we can just take these buttons out and combine them in under here, or just have one. Maybe just have one tab with all this information in it. Not sure. So maybe when we work on that, we'll also be adding the sound stuff. Well, thank you, Crumpet. Yeah, who's streaming right now that I could raid? It's like the usual people. It's the usual suspects today. Don't shoot my food. Yeah. Don't shoot food. Warrior. Shot the food. Not sure removing is the right way to go. Well, it's just some of these panels like are ambiguous, like settings versus profile, because your chat ignore list, you can also consider it a setting, or chat tabs is a setting, right? I think what I want to get to is two panels, one that is character specific and one that is account specific. So the things like your avatar selection should probably go with character, but your chat tabs might go for your account, the user interface. So chat tabs, chat ignore list might go with your account. So I guess what I'm saying is taking the profile stuff and moving it to character, delete my account and log out and moving it to here, and maybe call this account or something. Yeah, cleaning that up. Yeah, I see the usual suspects on. So, you know who I haven't rated in a while? Who I thought had stopped streaming game dev, but is back doing it again. More for fun instead of for profit is Mike in Principle. I think we'll rate him. So he published a game recently. It didn't get a lot of press. It got very little, next to zero press, so no one really knows about it, but it's called Thrusty Ship. And you can play it now. It's also a free demo. And even though the game failed, I thought it was a pretty good game, and he's an interesting character. He's very opinionated, so you may not like him. He's sort of not politically correct sometimes, but I think it's interesting to watch. He's got a lot of industry experience in Unity. He's working on a roguelite game right now in Unity. We're going to go say hi to him now. There we go. I hit the button. So yeah, see ya playing with Skizzers. See ya everybody else. Crumpet, Postal Rat, A Squared, Dark Roll, Clayman, of course Toulouse. Appreciate all you guys being here. And I'll hope to see you again tomorrow, okay? Bye!